parade commander tafadhali. Tutulie wananchi. Thank you. Hivi sasa military police RSM military police warrant officer 1 Chege akimkabidhi Luteni Kanali Mtugi bendera aliyokuwa anatumia Mheshimiwa Rais ili aweze kumpokeza mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi Generali Robert Kibochi, aweze kumkabidhi Rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta na kumshukuru baada ya kutumikia taifa kwa miaka 10 kama rais na amiri jeshi mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi. Tumpe makofi Mheshimiwa Rais anapopokea bendera hii. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Rais kwa kuweza tumikia taifa la Kenya kwa miaka 10 kama rais na amiri jeshi mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi. Basi tubaki tukiwa tumesimama. Mkuu wa gwaride hii hivi sasa akija kumwomba kwa heshima Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya idini ya kuweza kuondoa gwaride hili uwanjani baada ya kuandaa gwaride la kufana siku ya leo.
Your Excellency, may I have your permission to march off the guard of honor, sir?
Asanteni kwa heshima, tunaweza keti tafadhali. Basi wananchi tutulie gwaride linapoondoka uwanjani.
Orders, march! Guard of honor will form 3 ranks. Form 3 ranks. Guard of honor will march off in divisions. Move to the right in 3s. Right turn.
Kwa desturi za kijeshi, sharti bendera ya kikosi kuwa mbele ya gwaride unavyoshuhudia hivi sasa, toka kwake Kala Officer pamoja na Parade RSM wakichukua nafasi yao.
To your duties! By the left! Quick march!
Basi Mheshimiwa Rais, na huo ndio utakuwa mwisho wa tamasha za kijeshi kwa pamoja, na ningependa kuwashukuru waliofanikisha makala haya: James Kirumba, Captain Alfred Mwambili, Warrant Officer 1 Fanuel Mahebo, Warrant Officer 1 Dennis Talengo, Naval Sergeant Major Warrant Officer 1 Bwana Haji Omar, bila kuwasahau wenzangu Koplo Jabiri Banzi, Koplo Masi Chitai. Jina langu ni Sergeant Misango Mbae, nikiweza kuwarejesha moja kwa moja hadi kwake Bwana Peter Wanjohi aweze kuendelea na ratiba ya siku.
Asanteni sana wenzangu. Your Excellencies, on behalf of the assumption of the office of the President Committee, I wish to request that we lay on a brief moment of entertainment. I will now invite my colleagues, Artist Chipukizi and Artist Garuya, to take us through this session. Chipukizi.
Asante sana Bwana Wanjohi. Mheshimiwa Rais, all protocols observed. Nikubalie kwa heshima kwanza, kwa niaba ya mahasla wote, nikupe pongezi kwa kuchaguliwa kuwa rais wa 5 wa nchi ya Kenya. Tumpigieni makofi tafadhali. Basi Mheshimiwa Rais, the entertainment program brings together a group of artists that have been drawn from all regions of Kenya. Mahasla hawa wanaoingia hapa jukwaani ni wasanii kutoka sehemu zote za nchi ya Kenya. Siku ya leo wanaenda kutuimbia. They are going to sing 6 songs, and the first song is a song about prayer entitled Usikiae Maombi. Wimbo huu ni wa kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kujibu maombi yetu. Sagodi ametuchezea kama yeye, ama namna gani majamaa? Wimbo wa pili ni wimbo wa Kenya. Wimbo huu is a song to celebrate Kenyans for their hard work, resilience, and calls to all Kenyans to come together and unite in order for our country to move forward. Kisha wimbo wa tatu ni Twafurahia Leo, wimbo ulioimbwa na Sanaipe Tande, Nadia Mukami na Bridget Kioko. Kisha wataimba wimbo wa 4 ambao unasema Mungu abariki Kenya. Wimbo huu, it's a thanksgiving song that celebrates our country, our leadership, our patriotism, and a prayer for the country. Wimbo wa 4, wimbo wa 5 samani, ni wimbo Twasema Asante, a patriotic song and a thanksgiving song to the Almighty God for a peaceful election and for giving us a new president and other great leaders. This song will be led by Anastasia Mukabwa. Kisha ngoma ya mwisho, Your Excellency, ambayo niko sure is your favorite song, ni wimbo ulioimbwa na Zablon Singers kutoka Tanzania, wimbo wa Nimeuona Mkono wa Bwana. Wasanii kama mko tayari, chezeni kama nyinyi.
Uhimidiwe Mungu wetu mkuu, usiyekataa maombi yetu, usiku na mchana, sikio lako li wazi, unajibu maombi ya wenye haki.
na twatembe. It's a party Kenya tujiba. Kenya ni baba, Kenya ni mama yo.
konenga ate nyendi tunga ngalo na tuikunea umecheza kama wewe baba na ndiposa twasema asante
mahali Wapi makofi yao, wapi shangwe, wapi vigelegele? Mheshimiwa Rais Daktari William Samoei Ruto, hao wamekuwa waimbaji wa hapa kwetu Kenya na Tanzania. Nyimbo zao ni kuombea Kenya, kukuombea na kuombea viongozi. Wapi makofi ya hao waimbaji tafadhali, wapi nduru, wapi shangwe? Sasa nataka kualika mwenzangu Mr. Wanjoy ili atuletee our Deputy President Jabayawira, kijana wa Mau Mau, Rigathi Gachagua. Wapi vigelegele?
Asante sana, na kwa onyesho hilo Mheshimiwa Rais, ndipo tunalikuja jamvi la kipindi chetu cha burudani. Naomba kwa heshima na unyenyekevu unikubalie sasa niweze kumwalika Naibu wa Rais Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua aweze kuendelea na ratiba itakayofuata. Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Rais.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Commander-in-Chief of Kenya's Defense Forces, William Samoei Ruto, Your Excellency, the First Lady, Mama Rachel Ruto, Your Excellencies, visiting heads of state and government, Your Excellency, our retired President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Your Excellency, the former First Lady Mama Margaret Kenyatta, Honorable Chief Justice, Speakers of the National Assembly and the Senate, all protocols observed. God is good, and all the time. Nisalimieni kwa hewa. Bwana asifiwe. Bwana asifiwe tena. Wow, wow, what a moment. What a day. Your Excellency, President William Ruto, my friend and brother, I want to take this opportunity to be the first one to congratulate you on being sworn in as the 5th President of the Republic of Kenya. Congratulations, my brother. You fought a hard fight. The obstacles that have been placed before you on your path to leadership were insurmountable. But because there is a God in heaven, today, an ordinary child, born by ordinary parents, brought up in an ordinary village, brought up in an ordinary way, growing up in an ordinary manner, because there is God in heaven, he is the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. I want to tell the people of Kenya, President William Ruto and all of us who have worked with him, take no credit for this victory. It was not possible for us to win this election. It was through the hand of God that today an ordinary child has been sworn in as president. I want to thank the people of Kenya for their resilience and for their determination, for rejecting to be intimidated, for rejecting to be coerced, and for saying that the will of the people is supreme in this republic. Your Excellency, President William Ruto, I must tell these people the truth. Despite the fact that you are a hard worker, you have passion to serve, you are zealous, you are a go-getter, the journey ahead of you is not rosy. And I want to ask the people of Kenya, the way you prayed for President William Ruto to be elected as president, Please continue praying for him and his team to be able to start the economic transformation of this great republic. Our new president and his team have a difficult task ahead. The truth of the matter is that we have inherited a dilapidated economy that is facing almost an economic shutdown. We have a 10 trillion public debt. 6 million Kenyans have no employment. 14 million Kenyans are in CRB. We have a demoralized public service. It is your prayers that will help our president to put up a team and start work from day one to liberate this country economically and put it back to where President Mwai Kibaki left us 10 years ago. Your Excellency, the President, I want to tell the people of Kenya that today is a great day. Freedom is here with us. Freedom is here with us. I want to tell the people of Kenya that finally you are free. Kenya is now a democratic country. You don't have to look back when you do something. All Kenyans are free to associate with whoever they want. It became a crime in this country to be afraid of William Ruto. It is only that it was not put in the penal code. From today, I want to tell the people of Kenya that you are finally free. I want to tell public servants, I want to tell all the people of Kenya, from now, you don't have to talk with each other through the WhatsApp for fear of being recorded and persecuted by state agencies. Your Excellency, our President. Your Excellency, our President, you have told us, and we believe you, that you shall never in your presidency use the criminal justice system to manage politics. You have told us that you'll manage politics the conventional way through persuasion and reaching out. I want to give a word on behalf of our president that you are free to criticize his government without fear of reprisal from state agencies. Your Excellency, Mr. President, as I wind up, I want to assure you of my resolve and commitment from the bottom of my heart to be available to assist you to manage the affairs of our great nation. I'll serve you with loyalty and dedication. And the job ahead of us is not a joke. I and the team behind you, we shall be available and will try to keep up with your pace. I know I am getting in shoes that are almost impossible to fill. The performance of William Ruto in his first term, when he was allowed to serve the people of Kenya, was on another level. Please, I beg the people of Kenya, not to measure me with the performance of William Ruto, because you might get disappointed. I'll try. I may go up to 60 or 70%, but filling the shoes of this man is no small feat. And as we move forward, I want to ask the people of Kenya to work hard. we don't have a choice. Once we try to fix this economy and create a good working environment where we don't criminalize enterprise, where ordinary Kenyans are allowed to work, where businessmen are not harassed by KRA, where goods belonging to the people of Kenya will never again be touched by overzealous public servants. Where again poor people will never again be evicted in brutal evictions by state agencies. And I say, freedom is here. Let every Kenyan be prepared to work hard. Let us give our new president a chance. And I beg you to be patient with him. We have come to the treasury and the coffers are empty. We have to start from scratch. We ask for people of Kenya to be patient and give us a chance to try to get things working. Finally, as a Christian, I take this opportunity to thank my wife Dorcas, Pastor Dorcas, for being a prayer warrior, for praying for me in difficult times, for standing by me. I want to thank my children, Kevin Gashagwa and Dr. Keith, that even when state agencies came for me with the brutal efficiency, you never abandoned me. My family, I will ever cherish you for standing with us. And I must tell the people of Kenya, please take care of your families. Those are the only people you can rely on. Friends abandoned us. Business associates betrayed us. But family will always be there for you. The story of William Ruto is one of inspiration. Today, millions of Kenyans are looking forward that if an ordinary child could be president, even them working hard and praying to God, one day there will be some people in this country. It is now my privilege to introduce the people of Kenya a man of great resilience, a true warrior of the Republic of Kenya, a man who is committed to public service, a man who believes that every hustle matters, a man who believes that every Kenyan must be given a chance, a man who has committed his life to the service of the people of Kenya. I want to invite the 5th President of the Republic of Kenya, the one and only William Samoei Ruto.
My brother Rigathi Gachagua, let me request all of us to be seated, please. Thank you. Your Excellencies, heads of state and governments, representatives of heads of state and government, my brother, the former president, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and Mama Margaret Kenyatta, Madam Chief Justice, and President of the Supreme Court, ministers present, Your Excellencies, governors and deputy governors, all leaders, and the dear people of the Republic of Kenya, good afternoon. Hamjambo. Hamjambo. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Assalamu alaikum. Hebu tusalimiane hewani nione hivyo. Asanteni sana. This moment is a moment like no other. By the grace of God, we have got here. And let me say, that standing here today is testimony that there is a God in heaven. And today, I want to thank God because a village boy has become the President of Kenya. I want to thank my wife and family for always praying for me and praying for my team. I want to thank the many friends who have been with me in this journey. Many have gone through difficult times because of their association with me. Friends, I want to say thank you very much. In our midst, we have friends of our nation. We have presidents from around our region. Allow me, with a lot of humility, to introduce the presidents that are in our midst, because they have taken time out of their busy schedules to come and celebrate this moment with us. Allow me introduce the father of our region, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of Uganda. That is the old man always in a hat. Allow me to introduce His Excellency President Denis Sassou Nguesso, the President of Congo Brazzaville, my father who is here. Allow me to introduce His Excellency Ismail Omar Guelleh, President of the Republic of Djibouti. Allow me to introduce my elder brother, His Excellency Paul Kagame, the President of the Republic of Rwanda. Allow me to introduce His Excellency President Salva Kiir Mayardit, the President of the Republic of South Sudan. Na karibu sana Mheshimiwa. Allow me to introduce His Excellency Filipe Nyusi, the President of the Republic of Mozambique. Allow me to introduce His Excellency Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. Allow me to introduce His Excellency Felix Tshisekedi, the President of DRC. Allow me to introduce His Excellency Azali Assoumani, the President of Comoros. Allow me to introduce my elder brother, His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, His Excellency Abiy Ahmed. Allow me to introduce President Omari Sissoko, the President of Guinea-Bissau. Allow me to introduce a man who knows this country very well, and a pastor, Dr. Lazarus Chakwera, the President of Malawi. Allow me to introduce our neighbor and the chair of the East African Community, the President of Burundi, His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye. Allow me to introduce His Excellency Wavel Ramkalawan, the President of Seychelles. Allow me to introduce our neighbor, President Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, the President of Somalia. Tafadhali nawaomba vile vile nimkaribishe mama wetu, shangazi wa East Africa, Mama Samia Suluhu, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Tanzania. Karibu sana mama wetu. In our midst are many other leaders, including vice presidents, other prime ministers, and other leaders, senior government officials, and representatives of friendly governments who've been sent to us. Among them, delegation from the United States of America, a delegation from Israel, a delegation from China, a delegation from Korea, and a delegation from many other countries who have come to celebrate this moment with us. Before I make my very brief statement, with a lot of respect, I want to ask, on behalf of the other national leaders who are here, presidents from our neighboring countries, let me request Mzee Yoweri Kaguta Museveni to make just a few remarks. Karibu Mzee.
Your Excellency William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Excellencies, heads of state and government who are here, His Excellency Vice President of Kenya, Mr. Gachagua, and all the other leaders na wananchi wa Kenya. Kwanza, hongera kwa Mheshimiwa William Ruto kushinda uchaguzi. Pili, namshukuru Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta kwa kuongoza Kenya kwa miaka 10 iliyopita. Hongera. Kawaida, normally I don't watch television stations in the neighboring countries. But whenever there are elections like in Tanzania or Kenya recently, I started watching your television channels. And there is one television, I was scanning through them, but I watched something called KTN News Chivumbi. That, and I'm glad with the statement of the Vice President who has been elected, because he was talking here about the real challenges of African countries and leadership. Now, in this Chivumbi, most of the time, they were talking about don't involve me in your internal affairs. Me, I just want to observe a few things. The first, they were talking mainly about sharing power and sharing resources. Then there was one young man with a lot of gray hair, a young man with a lot of gray hair. At one time he came and made a good point. And the point was the politics of identity versus the politics of interests, of issues. I said these young people are beginning to get somewhere. But then another one said, you are talking of distributing resources. Where will these resources come from? So all of the political class in Africa, I would appeal to you to answer that question. Where does prosperity come from? Ustawi wa jamii unatoka wapi? According to my experience of 60 years, I would advise Africans to know that prosperity comes from wealth creation. You must create wealth. And wealth is not the same as natural resources. You may have natural resources, but you don't get wealth out of them. The wealth means commercial agriculture, manufacturing, services, hotels, and ICT. Now, if I own a hotel, it is my wealth. But that hotel creates jobs for Kenyans or Ugandans. The linkage between wealth and jobs. Because when I watch these TVs, I get a bit concerned. You see, people are talking, and the neo-colonial social science is also very dangerous. Because people don't link. So, I have not read the manifesto of Kwanza, nor have I read the one of Azimio. But, so, I have not read, of course, the manifesto of Kwanza, Kenya Kwanza, nor have I read the other one of Azimio. But I know His Excellency Ruto. I've met him a number of times in Uganda, and I know he likes ideas and frank talking. Now, what I found a problem in that KT News Kivumbi was in all the things they were talking about, they were not talking about East African integration. They talk about Kenya. But I can tell you, and then one of them, the other evening, one of them was quoting the example of American President Roosevelt. Roosevelt started a program in 1934 which created jobs and so on. But Roosevelt was utilizing the huge market of the United States, which had already been created by some people who had a vision. So therefore, I congratulate His Excellency Ruto. I thank His Excellency Uhuru. On behalf of the presidents who have come here, I did not come here to give a lecture about this or that, but I thought that in order for Uganda and Kenya and Tanzania and Congo and Burundi and Rwanda and South Sudan and Somalia, which is coming now, in order for us to catch up with the United States, we need also to look at the issue of the regional market. Because when you produce, who buys? The more people that buy from you, the better for the business, and the better for job creation. I thank you, and I wish you good luck. Congratulations, Kenyans.
Asante sana mzee. With a lot of apology, I have been informed that in our midst we have other friends who I did not mention. Allow me to introduce my good brother, His Excellency Julius Naado Bayo, the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and you're most welcome to Kenya. Let me also introduce the President of Sahrawi Republic, His Excellency Brahim Gali. And in our midst as well, the chairperson of Africa Union, my good brother Musa Faki. Let me now introduce again to speak to us briefly the President of Burundi, our neighbor, His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Rais.
Mheshimiwa Rais William Ruto, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, and the First Lady, Excellencies, Head of State and the Government, Mheshimiwa ndugu yangu Uhuru Kenyatta, viongozi kwa ngazi mbalimbali za nchi ya Kenya, Head of Delegations, members of Diplomatic Corps, wananchi wote wa Kenya, hamjambo? Hamjambo? Kenya oye! Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki oye! Waheshimiwa, nianze kwanza kwa kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu aliyetuwezesha kufika salama katika nchi nzuri na yenye amani ya Kenya. Nina furaha sana, Kenya kabisa, hakuna matata. Nichukue tena fursa hii niwapongeze Wakenya wote kwa kufuata mioyo yao wakati wa kupiga kura na kuthibitisha kwa mara nyingine ukomavu wao wa hali ya juu na kuonyesha ulimwengu viwango vya demokrasia yao. Kenya imeshinda na mafanikio yenu ni kiburi ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Mumeshinda shetani ya vita. Hongereni sana. Hongera sana ndugu yangu mpendwa Mheshimiwa William Ruto kwa kuteuliwa kuwa rais wa Kenya. Ni presence nzuri, unakuja bila ubishi kama mtoto mzuri, na kutakia kila laheri. Wakenya na jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki kwa ujumla wanatazamia kwa hamu uongozi wako ndugu yangu Ruto, ambao utachukua sio tu kuipeleka nchi yako mbele kwa kimaendeleo, bali pia kuimarisha ushirikiano wa kikanda. Nikiwa rais wa Burundi na mwenyekiti wa mkutano mkuu wa marais wa nchi za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, ninatarajia kufanya kazi na wewe ili kuimarisha maendeleo kwa kanda letu.
Na upande wa Burundi tunafurahia uhusiano mzuri ambao kwa bahati nzuri upo kati ya Kenya na Burundi miaka mingi, na ninaweza kukuhakikishia mheshimiwa ya kwamba undugu kati ya Wakenya na Warundi utaendelea kusimama imara, na undugu nilio ufurahia Mheshimiwa Uhuru utaendelea kwako ndugu Ruto. Ningependa tena kutoa pongezi kwa ndugu yangu Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta kwa uongozi wako. Furaha iliyokutambulisha imekuwa furaha ya Wakenya wote, na hapa unamaliza muda wako kwa furaha na utulivu, na kupongeza sana. Mungu aendelee kukubariki na hili libaki akilini mwako. Kanda letu litaendelea kutegemea ofisi zako nzuri kusaidia kurejesha amani mashariki wa DRC. Ningependa kuhitimisha hotuba yangu kwa kupongeza kwa mara nyingine tena Mheshimiwa Rais William Ruto na kukutakia afya njema na mafanikio mema. Ninaomba kwamba Mwenyezi Mungu awape nguvu na uwezo na kuipeleka Kenya katika kiwango kipya kabisa. Mungu abariki sana Mheshimiwa Rais Ruto. Mungu abariki Kenya. Mungu abariki Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Asanteni sana.
Wa mwisho, na kabla sijamuita wa mwisho, let me recognize the presence of the Prime Minister of Eswatini. Tumpigie makofi. The heads of regional economic blocks, EAC, COMESA and IGAD, together with ECOWAS, congratulations, and the Deputy President of Equatorial Guinea. Nataka sasa nimuite the first ever President of East and Central Africa, our dear sister, the President of Tanzania, President Samia Suluhu. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Rais. Tunakuenzi, tunakuheshimu.
Mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Mama Ruto, Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua, Naibu Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Mama Gachagua, Mheshimiwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Rais mstaafu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Mama Kenyatta, Waheshimiwa wakuu wa nchi na serikali tuliokuja kuunga mkono shughuli hii leo, waheshimiwa mabalozi na wakuu wa taasisi za kimataifa, wageni walikwa, wananchi wa Kenya, mabibi na mabwana. Kenya we! Kwanza kabisa niungane na viongozi wa dini kumshukuru Mungu kwa kuweza kukamilisha shughuli hii adhimu na ya kihistoria ya kumwapisha rais mpya wa Jamhuri ya Kenya pamoja na naibu rais. Kwa niaba ya serikali na watu wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, tunawapongeza sana. Tunawapongeza sana ndugu yetu William Samoei Ruto, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, pamoja na ndugu yetu Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua, Naibu Rais wa Kenya, kwa kupokea rasmi jukumu la kuiongoza Kenya leo. Katika hatua hiyo ya pongezi, tunamshukuru na kumpongeza sana Mheshimiwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta kwa kumaliza vyema kuitumikia nchi yake na kuitumikia kwa mafanikio makubwa. Hongera sana. Ndugu zangu wa Kenya, tunawapongeza nyinyi kwa kuonesha ukomavu wa demokrasia na kumaliza uchaguzi salama, na leo tuko hapa pamoja kama Wakenya na wa East Africa tunashangilia uapisho wa rais wetu mpya. Nataka niwaambie ndugu zetu wa Kenya, kama kuna zawadi mlioitoa kwa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki mwaka huu, ni zawadi ya amani mlioiweka katika uchaguzi. Tunawashukuru sana 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 kwa zawadi hiyo muhimu. Ndugu zangu wa Kenya, uchaguzi umemalizika. Sasa ni kujenga taifa la Kenya. Na hapa niungane na walioimba hapa kwamba wananchi wote wa Kenya sasa mshikane mikono kuijenga Kenya. Mwisho, kama dada, nitumie fursa hii kuihakikishia Kenya dhamira yetu ya dhati ya kufanya kazi kwa kushirikiana kwa karibu zaidi katika kuleta maendeleo ya pamoja ya kijamii na kiuchumi baina ya nchi zetu, lakini na ukanda wote wa Afrika Mashariki. Namwomba Mwenyezi Mungu amwezeshe ndugu yetu Ruto pamoja na serikali atakayoiunda, awatie nguvu ili waweze kutumikia vyema nchi hii katika kiwango kinachotarajiwa na wananchi wa Kenya. Mwisho kabisa, nimwombe Mwenyezi Mungu aibariki Kenya, Mwenyezi Mungu aibariki Afrika Mashariki, na asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza. Asante sana.
Asanteni sana, and thank you very much for your comments and your words of encouragement. To the people of Kenya, this is a momentous occasion for our country. Our politics and our elections have never failed to be emotive, engaging, and dramatic. The most recent installment, however, showcased our most exemplary democratic performance. This day comes on the back of a peaceful election following an intense issue-based campaign in which major coalitions made up of strong political parties canvassed their agenda and took it for examination by the people of Kenya. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission stewarded a transparent and credible election whose result faithfully reflects the democratic will of the people of Kenya. Dissatisfied parties exercised their right to petition before the Supreme Court, whose proceedings and determination not only gave comfort to the doubtful, but also restored faith in our electoral and judicial institutions. Many countries aspire to have moments like this, and we as Kenyans should not take ours for granted. This is the third election under the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and the second peaceful transition. We have had a robust conversation about this moment and what it demands of us. And we have sought to answer the question whether this is a constitutional moment or an economic moment. In this process, we have demonstrated the maturity of our democracy the robustness of our institutions, and the resilience of the Kenyan people. My competitors and I mobilized vigorously to offer the citizens of Kenya the most appealing agenda as well as the best roadmap to achieving it. I remain firm in the conviction that all sides in the last election did their best to present a pathway to actualize the people's aspirations. The just concluded election was a choice between competing ideas towards the Kenya we want. Elections and democracy entail unifying competition, not divisive rivalry. The performance of our security services, the performance of the IEBC and the judiciary was put to severe test. By and large, these institutions lived up to our expectations. We can only aspire to do better in future, and I give my undertaking that my administration shall work to ensure that the bar is raised even higher for the next general elections. A significant dividend of our electoral and democratic process is the tremendous achievement we made in breaking the glass ceiling by enhancing the participation of women in leadership. 7 women were elected as governors, up from 3 in the last election. 29 women were elected as members of the National Assembly, up from 23 in 2017. 7 women deputy governors and 3 women senators were elected as well. It is very clear that this election had many winners, far exceeding those who were actually elected. By far, the largest winners of this election is the people of Kenya. We have done well as a nation. We have blazed the trail in an increasingly challenging environment where democracy is consistently on trial. We have come a long way in our nation's journey to freedom, and going by our most recent performance in these elections, we conclude in confidence that we are almost home. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to single out the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission for special commendation for the courage to do the right thing under exceptionally challenging circumstances. As an institution, they have set a new standard in public service that is uncompromising, professional, and exemplary, while raising the bar of integrity of our public officials and public institutions. It is appropriate to single out for special mention the chair of the IEBC, Wafula Chebukati, for standing firm, resisting bribery, resisting intimidation, and resisting blackmail, and doing the right thing. It is also appropriate to celebrate our judiciary for sustaining its tradition of boldly giving much-needed guidance, especially in allaying post-election anxieties and resolving grievances in a sensitive, credible, and authoritative manner. Judiciary's articulation of the aspirations and standards enshrined in the Constitution has deepened our democracy and institutionalized our rule of law. Our judiciary is now, without a doubt, Kenya's biggest constitutional dividend. The judiciary has successfully arbitrated 3 election disputes and defended the nation against formidable onslaughts on our constitution. Our judiciary has demonstrated transparency in its proceedings and decision-making, thereby consolidating its independence, authority, and legitimacy. I also take this opportunity to say a special word of appreciation to our security services for a commendable job at a critical moment in our nation. Their services and heroic sacrifices they have made beyond the call of duty has kept our nation safe. I am aware that our uniformed services effectively resisted concerted attempts to foment unrest and subvert the will of the people. My special commendation also goes to all our candidates who contested various positions. Their participation enhanced competition and enriched public debate that underpins democratic choice. Special recognition goes to my worthy competitor and friend, the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, and his running mate, the Honorable Martha Wangari Karua, and all the other candidates who mounted a vigorous and determined campaign. I assure them that their supporters will be my constituents. I will work with all Kenyans, irrespective of who they voted for. Our special gratitude also goes to millions of Kenyans in the Hustler movement for tirelessly Very good. Very good. Our special gratitude also goes to millions of Kenyans in the Hustler movement for tirelessly mobilizing for the campaign and executing a historic revolutionary feat, perhaps as great as the daring exploits of our legendary freedom fighters. This includes all our campaign volunteers, agents, mobilizers, and those who contributed whatever they could in whatever form to keep the movement going. I also appreciate our religious community and institutions for their support, their prayers, and encouragement. I commend the church in particular, and in equal measure the Islamic religious leadership for their considerable support to us and our campaign. We also appreciate them for continuously exploring avenues for interfaith understanding and solidarity, which have gone a long way to enhance tolerance and cohesion in Kenya. Faith-based institutions continue to play a noble and indispensable role in our communities, and I commit that we will enhance our partnership, build on our collaboration, and enhance our support to them. At this juncture, it is important for me to speak directly to the youth, and especially those who participated in one way or another in the election campaigns. I commend you for resisting pressure and enticement to be misused as agents of conflict and disruption during the electioneering period. I also congratulate those who went out to seek various roles within campaigns and election, thus playing their part in keeping Kenya's democracy robust. Even if your candidate did not win, your participation in the activities of our political parties, campaigns and elections is the beginning of political internship. My political journey similarly began as a young campaign volunteer fresh out of university in 1992. Your experience and lessons learned should form the basis for your leadership journey going into the future. We have all therefore emerged out of this contest stronger, more united, and alive to the issues that are common to all of us. We should remain conscious that we have all been elected to work together in ensuring that our children go to school, our people have food and decent health care, and our young people have jobs, and our workers have dignified livelihoods. For we believe strongly that every hustle matters. Dreams and ambitions live in the hearts of Kenyans who struggle daily against daunting odds, often with nothing except stubborn hope. Some succeed, others fail, while others also do not even get a decent chance. Before the nation and the world today, I stand with great humility and profound joy as a living testimony that with faith in God, willingness to work hard, and a commitment to a vision, dreams can become reality in the fullness of time. I promise to throw open every door of opportunity and to keep every door open until success stories become the norm rather than the exception, and urge all other leaders to do the same so that we can together expand opportunity and chance for many of our citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, we should consolidate our success in the just concluded elections and enhance the capacity and performance of our governance institutions. The innovative deployment of technology to secure election results has been the Electoral Commission's pioneering breakthrough. Going forward, we will support the IEBC's institutional capacity so as to expand the deployment of technology to cover all elections, from those of MCA to those of the President. I also believe that there is tremendous opportunity for IEBC to support electoral processes in our political parties as part of the broader democratic development. To consolidate the place of the judiciary in our constitutional and democratic dispensation, my administration will respect judicial decisions while we cement the place of Kenya as a country anchored on democracy and the rule of law. Our campaign for financial independence of the judiciary has paid off with the implementation of the Judiciary Fund on July 1 this year. My administration will scale up the budgetary allocation to the judiciary by an additional 3 billion shillings annually for the next 5 years. These resources will support the bottom-up scaling of justice by increasing the number of small claims courts from the current 25 to 100. We will also work with the judiciary to build high courts in the remaining 7 counties and magistrates courts in the remaining 123 sub-counties, and support their ongoing digitization program. These interventions will empower the judiciary to adjudicate and expeditiously conclude corruption cases, commercial disputes, and all other matters, thereby enhancing access to justice and efficiency in our judiciary. to further demonstrate my commitment to the independence of the judiciary, this afternoon I will appoint the 6 judges already nominated for appointment to the Court of Appeal, which was done 3 years ago by the Judicial Service Commission. And tomorrow, I shall preside over their swearing in so that they can get on with the business of serving the people of Kenya. As required by Article 245 of the Constitution, the Inspector General of Police is mandated to exercise independent command over the National Police Service. The service's operational autonomy, however, has been undermined by the continued financial dependence on the office of the President. This situation is going to change. As I address you, sorry. One moment. Good. There we are. As I address you, I have instructed that the instruments conferring financial autonomy to the National Police Service by transferring their budget from the Office of the President and designating the Inspector General as the accounting officer be placed on my desk for signature this afternoon. Financial independence of the police will give impetus to the fight against corruption and end the political weaponization of the criminal justice system, an undertaking I made to the people of Kenya. I understand the deep fissures and low morale in the public service. The intimidation that was visited on IEBC commissioners and staff during the election was also meted out on various other agencies and staff in public service. This is now in the past. I assure all public officers that my administration will respect their professional service, and no public servant, even chiefs and their assistants, will be required to run political errands for any political party or formation. Ladies and gentlemen, we anchored our campaign on the platform of the economy premise on job creation and the well-being of the people of Kenya, and we have been working continuously on the measures to bring down the cost of living. Our people are confronted daily with increasingly unaffordable prices, especially food and transport. In our economic forums across the country, during the campaign, citizens consistently shared their anxiety, their pain, and their fury on this matter. It therefore calls on us for urgent and decisive resolution. The interventions in place have not borne any fruit. On fuel subsidy alone, the taxpayers have spent a whopping 144 billion, 60 billion in the last 4 months alone. If the subsidy continues to the end of the financial year, it will cost taxpayers 280 billion, equivalent to the entire national government development budget. Additionally, there was an attempt to subsidize unga in the run-up to the election, a program that cobbled up 7 billion in 1 month. In addition to being very costly, consumption subsidy interventions are prone to abuse. They distort markets and create uncertainty, including artificial shortages of the very products they seek to subsidize. The cost of living challenges are related in our respectful submission to production. Our strategy to bring down the cost of living is predicated on empowering producers. The forecast for maize harvest this year is below 30 million bags against a normal production of 40 million bags. The main cause of the decline in production is the high cost of farm inputs. Our priority intervention, therefore, is to make fertilizer, good quality seed, and other agricultural inputs affordable and available. For the short rains, we have already made arrangements to make 1.4 million bags of fertilizer available at Kenya shillings 3,500 for a 50 kilogram bag, down from the current 6,500. This fertilizer will be available from next week. I appeal to county governments in eastern, central, and western regions where we are expecting short rains to work with us in making sure that this fertilizer is available to all farmers in that region so that we can begin the journey to increase our food production initiatives. Additionally, to cushion tea farmers, we have made arrangements with KTDA to immediately supply tea farmers with fertilizer at 3,500 shillings, down from Kenya shillings 5,600. This is our initial intervention. We will be doing more in the medium term and in the long term. We are alive to the challenges of drought that face 7 counties, which are now at alarm, or 13 that are at alert stage, respectively. We are determined to ensure that no county slips into emergency phase, and will coordinate with county governments, which are the first line of our response. And I want to ask my colleagues, governors from Kenya, and especially those regions, to work with us in this endeavor. We are mobilizing resources to reverse this situation. Our goal is not just to provide relief and recovery to restore the situation, but to invest and unblock the huge economic potential of rangelands that constitute 2/3 of our country. Jobs, ladies and gentlemen, is our other priority. It is time for us to stem the tide of youth unemployment. Every year, 800,000 young people join the workforce, and over 600,000 of them do not find opportunities for productive work. Moreover, our young people in cities and towns face very hostile environments, many times treated as a nuisance and their hustles criminalized. Those who seek to set up formal businesses are faced with a bureaucratic monster that is multiple licenses. Our immediate agenda is to create a favorable business and enterprise environment, decriminalize livelihoods, and support people in the informal sector to organize themselves into stable, viable, and credit-worthy business entities. This is the essence of the bottom-up economic model, which creates a path for traders and entrepreneurs to build linkages, experience safety, and enjoy security as they go about their enterprises. We will work with county governments to create frameworks that provide secure trading places in our cities and in our towns. We have committed specifically in the city of Nairobi to work with the county government of Nairobi to build an additional 20 markets in the city of Nairobi as we work with other counties to achieve their plans. Financial inclusion and access to credit are critical in addressing the fundamental factors of cost of living, job creation, and the people's well-being. We shall take measures to drive down the cost of credit. Our starting point is to shift the Credit Reference Bureau framework from its current practice of arbitrary, punitive, all-or-nothing blacklisting of borrowers, which denies borrowers credit. We will work with credit reference bureaus on a new system of credit score rating that provides borrowers with an opportunity to manage their credit worthiness. This will eliminate the culture of blacklisting. In our engagements, traders also complain about the onerous burden involved in cash transactions exceeding 1 million. Many have reverted to storing money under their mattresses at great risk, which is clearly not the intention of the anti-money laundering regulations. While we remain fully committed to mitigating this risk, we believe that there is scope to make compliance. Very good. While we remain fully committed to mitigating this risk, we believe there is scope to make compliance less burdensome on genuine business transactions. I have been assured by the central bank that work is ongoing on how to ease this burden without compromising the security of our financial system. Shortly, I will be announcing to the country what we have agreed with the central bank so that Kenyans can go ahead and facilitate their transactions without unnecessary impediments. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall implement the Hustler Fund, dedicated to the capitalization of micro, small, and medium enterprises through chamas, SACCOs, and cooperatives to make credit available on affordable terms that do not require unnecessary collateral. To implement all these interventions, we shall establish a Ministry of Cooperatives and SME Development, mandated to ensure that every small business has secure property rights, access to finance, and a supportive regulatory framework. Furthermore, to deal with the huge challenge of youth unemployment, we will roll out our social and affordable low-cost housing program, an average of 250,000 units every year. This will create opportunities in the entire job market. We will engage TVET institutions to provide necessary skills to enable the Jua Kali industry supply standardized products for our housing program. We will leverage on our competitive advantage in the leather and textile industry to roll out our our labor-intensive agro-processing industrialization program. This will start in Naivasha Industrial Park and Dongo Kundu Industrial Park. This afternoon, I will be issuing instructions for clearing of goods and other attendant operational issues to revert to the Port of Mombasa, as I made a commitment to Kenyans. This will restore thousands of jobs in the city of Mombasa. Ladies and gentlemen, we must stabilize our public finances. This year, we will spend 60% of our revenues to service our debt. We are faced with Kenya shillings 60 billion in pending bills for goods and services supplied to government. Clearly, we are living beyond our means. This situation must be corrected. I am aware that many individuals, families, and their businesses have been driven to ruin and forced to shut down over government unpaid bills. We shall give priority to the expeditious resolution of our pending bills so that the government can meet its obligation and facilitate better economic performance. In the coming weeks, we shall advise government creditors on the mechanisms for the resolution of their outstanding payments. We are committed to ensuring that they are paid in the shortest time possible. Additionally, we urgently need to expand our tax base. Our job creation agenda and the capitalization of our SMEs will go a long way in broadening our tax bracket. We will make KRA more professional, responsive, and people-friendly. I urge taxpayers to respond by undertaking their patriotic duty and pay their taxes. In furtherance to this, oversight institutions such as the Auditor General and the Controller of Budget will be adequately funded to execute their mandates. On the matter of gender parity, I am committed to the 2/3 gender rule as enshrined in our Constitution. We will work with Parliament to fast-track various legislative proposals and establish a framework that will resolve this matter expeditiously, as I promised in our manifesto. The participation of women in our governance does not make us lesser, it makes us greater. And their role can no longer be nominal, it must be substantive. Ladies and gentlemen, our health agenda is premised on fundamental reform in the way health is financed and provided. We shall reform the National Insurance Fund to make it a social health insurance provider, improve procurement of medical supplies, deploy an integrated, state-of-the-art health information system, and most importantly, provide adequate human resources at all levels. Contributions to the National Hospital Insurance Fund will now be graduated and will depend on people's income. There is a robust conversation, ladies and gentlemen, in the country on education, and in particular, the implementation of CBC curriculum. Public participation is critical in this matter. I will establish an education reform task force in the presidency, which will be launched in the coming weeks. It will collect views from all players in line with the constitutional demand of public participation, and we are particularly alive to the anxieties of parents on the twin transition of the last 844 class and the first CBC class in January next year. I assure all that there will be a solution to the matter before then. We have elevated our diaspora to the 48th county. The complaint has always been that the diaspora does not receive adequate attention and attention they deserve. The focus has been on remittances, while the fundamental rights as citizens have been neglected. To correct this oversight, I pledge to elevate diaspora to a ministry level, strengthen diaspora services in all embassies, work with Parliament to set up a committee that will exclusively deal with diaspora issues, and set up a mechanism for public participation by Kenyans living in diaspora. Equally, I will work closely with the IEBC to expand and enhance diaspora participation in all our elections. Ladies and gentlemen, devolution and sharing of power and resources is not just a national value, but a principle of governance in our Constitution, but it also is the crown jewel of our constitutional dispensation and the proudest achievement of the citizens of the Republic of Kenya. Every part of our country has experienced the positive impact of this invaluable institution, and Kenyans yearn for better performance of all our devolved units. One of the best ways of accelerating national development is through collaboration with county governments. As Deputy President, I witnessed firsthand the tremendous potential of intergovernmental synergy and look forward to scaling up our capacity to harness these bountiful possibilities. Because of this realization, I have no hesitation in accelerating the transfer of outstanding functions to counties together with the attendant resources. To promote budget efficiency and minimize disruptions and delays in devolved service delivery, my administration commits to take necessary measures to secure the timely disbursement of revenues allocated to county governments. The success of devolution depends on sound intergovernmental relations. There is a template which incorporates lessons from successes as well as failures in past engagements, and we stand a stronger chance of making devolution work better. Kenya will continue, ladies and gentlemen, to be a dedicated partner to peace, security, and prosperity of East Africa region. We look forward to deepening our integration. We welcome our newest member, the DRC, whose entry now extends our region from the Indian Ocean to the Atlantic. Kenya is fully committed to the implementation of the East African Community Treaty and its protocols of free movement of people, goods, and services. Equally important is our commitment to the full actualization of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya will continue playing its role in international diplomacy at the bilateral and multilateral levels, appreciating that we are host to major international agencies, including the United Nations. I commit on the peace initiatives in our country, in our region, including both in Ethiopia and in the Great Lakes region. I have asked my elder brother, President Uhuru Kenyatta, who has done commendable engagement with those regions, and he has graciously agreed to continue chairing those discussions on behalf of the people of Kenya. I have committed that the government of Kenya, and myself in particular, will support those initiatives that will be chaired by President Uhuru Kenyatta. And I want to thank you, Your Excellency, for graciously agreeing to support us and to help me in those interventions. Among the central concerns of my government will be climate change. In our country, women and men, young people, farmers, workers, and local communities suffer the consequences of climate emergency. It is not too late to respond. To tackle this threat, we must act urgently to keep global heating levels below the 1.5 Celsius, help those in need, and end addiction to fossil fuels. Africa has the opportunity to lead the world. We have immense potential for renewable energy. Reducing costs of renewable energy technologies make this the most viable energy source. Kenya is on transition to clean energy that will support jobs, local economies, and sustainable industrialization. In Kenya, we will lead this endeavor by reaffirming our commitment to transition to 100% clean energy by 2030. We call on all our brothers and sisters in our continent to join us in this journey. As members of the international community, we shall support a successful climate summit in Africa in November by championing delivery of finance and technology needed for Africa to adapt to climate impacts, support those in need, and manage the transition. My administration is ready to work with global partners to fight pandemics and other health emergencies. We are also committed to promoting Kenya's vigilance and efficacy in responding to emerging public health challenges. We stand ready to play our role in the collective effort to keep the public safe. I call upon countries that have developed vaccines to make them available to us. Ladies and gentlemen, my government commits to create a business-friendly environment, eradicate barriers that hamper business development and growth, and make Kenya one of the most compelling and attractive business destinations. We are an open, democratic society founded on freedom and justice. We take pride in receiving visitors and offering them our legendary hospitality. Kenya is a land of immense natural beauty and unforgettable delights. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand here on my day one as president. I make a commitment that in the days ahead, I will make pronouncements that are going to better define the trajectory of my administration. I promise to make every Kenyan proud and to ensure the economic well-being of all of us. Without exception, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for being patient with us, and I want to commit that I will work hard for all the people of Kenya, irrespective of who or how they voted. I also promise to work with all the leaders, young and old, present, retired, and coming, so that we can build one nation and harness every talent, every effort, all energies in driving our republic forward. I make my commitment to all those who have served in government that their place in our nation will be secured. To our friends in our region, in Kenya, you have a reliable partner, and we look forward to building on the success of the leaders who came ahead of us. God bless you. God bless Kenya. May the very good Lord bless all of us. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Tusimame sote kwa wimbo wa taifa. Niombe tutulie kwa wimbo wa taifa, na baada ya wimbo wa taifa nitaomba sote tubaki tumesketi kwenye dais. I wish to most humbly request Your Excellencies and all those in the presidential days that we remain seated as we prepare departure protocols. Most kindly, we remain seated until we prepare for the departure protocols. Na niombe ya kwanza tulete msafara wake Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, the immediate former president of the Republic of Kenya. Tulete msafara wa Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta kwanza, as the rest of us remain seated at the main dais most humbly. Msafara wake Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta. Baada ya msafara wake Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, the ceremonial Land Rover will be brought in, and His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, will take a lap of honor in the stadium akisalimia wananchi. Thank you. Tulete msafara wake Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta. May the rest of us kindly remain seated at the presidential dais. May the rest of us kindly remain seated at the presidential dais so that we prepare a smooth exit from the stadium. Anaondoka uwanjani sasa Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, the immediate former president of the Republic of Kenya, and Her Excellency Mama Margaret Kenyatta. Wapiga picha tafadhali tupeane nafasi ya kutosha ili magari yaweze kumove smoothly. Wapiga picha kwa heshima. I most humbly request our leaders to kindly get seated. Those in the presidential dais, kindly, we all remain seated so that we have a smooth transition from here to the next venue. Na baada ya msafara wake Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, I most humbly request that we bring in the ceremonial Land Rover. The ceremonial Land Rover. Faster please, most kindly. Thank you. If we could kindly move faster, thank you. Wapiga picha niombe tuondoke sababu Land Rover itatembea pahali mko. Wapiga picha tuondoke because the ceremonial Land Rover will move from where you are. May I now welcome Your Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya to board the ceremonial Land Rover and take a lap of honor inside the stadium ukisalimia wananchi The rest of us kindly remain seated at the presidential dais. We bring in the ceremonial Land Rover so that His Excellency the President is able to greet Kenyans as it takes a lap of honor inside the stadium. Ili Wakenya wapate nafasi kumsalimia Mheshimiwa Rais, we bring in the ceremonial Land Rover. The rest of us will remain settled in the presidential days, kindly. Wapiga picha niombe kwa heshima tusonge so that we have a clear path. Kindly, wapiga picha. His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya mounting now the ceremonial Land Rover aweze kusalimia wananchi na kuwapungia mkono wananchi wa Jamhuri ya Kenya waliopo hapa. Haya, tuweze kwenda. Asante. Tungie mkono wananchi wakati Mheshimiwa Rais anapita karibu na bahari tumeketi. Tumpungie mkono Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Wapiga picha niombe tena turudi nyuma jameni. Let us kindly facilitate a safe and smooth exit. Tumsalimie Mheshimiwa Rais, tuweze kumpungia mkono akizungushwa uwanjani in the ceremonial Land Rover. Tumpungie mkono wananchi in the ceremonial vehicle. His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. Tumpungie mkono Mheshimiwa Rais, tumpungie mkono wananchi. Ruto, Your Excellency the First Lady Mama Rachel Ruto, kindly if you could come down so that we thank you, Your Excellency. Wale wengine tubaki tumeketi kwenye jukwaa so that we prepare departure protocols kindly. Tulete msafara wake Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Tulete msafara wake Mheshimiwa Rais sasa. Msafara wake Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Na Mheshimiwa Rais atakapoondoka uwanjani, niombe tulete msafara wake Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Uganda. We prepare the motorcade for His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. Waandishi wa habari bado naomba turudi nyuma so that we follow the proceedings kindly. Bado turudi nyuma kidogo, niombe kwa heshima. The motorcade for His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya departs. Asante, tuweze kusonga sasa kwa haraka kidogo, so that we bring in the hands of state and government most kindly. Niombe sasa tulete msafara wake Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Uganda. Let us please bring the motorcade for His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. The motorcades kindly, faster. The hands of state and government will be seen off by the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. I am not. Tuondoe magari kwa heshima mpaka tulete ya Mheshimiwa Rais wa Uganda. Haraka kidogo jameni. the motorcade for His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, followed by the motorcade of His Excellency, the President of Congo Brazzaville. Your Excellency, kindly.
Yes. Msafara wake Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Congo Brazzaville. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Congo.
Indeed, Kenyans have bore witness to the swearing into office of Kenya's fifth president, that is none other than Dr. William Ruto. And as you've bared witness through KBC Channel 1, we have been keeping tabs. What you are seeing on the screen is the president's motorcade en route to State House. Earlier on this morning, we witnessed the president-elect leaving the deputy president's residence, but as of this evening, as of now, after being duly elected and officially being sworn in, he is the Republic's head of state, and that is the Republic of Kenya. That is his presidential motorcade. Security beefed up. Kenyans are still lined up on the road there, as you can see, trying to catch a glimpse of the president that they elected and one who has taken an oath of office. And in his speech, he has said that the promises that were made during the campaign trail are going to be fulfilled in due course. That's the motorcade there leaving the Kasarani Stadium, an iconic stadium that has been very instrumental in as far as matters of leadership and governance of Kenya is concerned. It also witnessed the birthing of multi-partyism in 1992, and today it was a venue where a man aged 55, a man who has referred to him as himself as a hustler and a chicken farmer, has taken to the top seat in the land as president, and this is after the August 9th polls. I'm talking about President Dr. William Ruto there. It will take time to get used to that term, but we will definitely get on course. Now, as we see those pictures there on the far end, security is ready to receive the president. That is State House, and the outgoing president, that is President Uhuru Kenyatta, left the Kasarani Stadium early, and he is going to be receiving President William Ruto at State House as well, where we expect we're also going to be seeing other dignitaries also head there, maybe for a late luncheon that to commemorate, or rather as an icing to the cake, after this auspicious inauguration that has seen at least 18 heads of state attend to witness, to bear witness to not just a transition of a government, but also a herald to a new dawn in as far as governance and leadership in Kenya is concerned. Those are pictures on Thika Road. As you can see, Kenyans have been waiting. Some made it there very early in the morning, but even as we clock 4 p.m. this Tuesday afternoon, Tuesday evening, if you like, Kenyans are still remained lined up on the road, trying to catch a glimpse of the president there as his motorcade snakes through the CBD, so to speak. That is Thika Superhighway all the way to State House, where he's going to be hosting his first guest as the president, duly elected and duly sworn in office. Below there, we're seeing Rwanda President Paul Kagame there get into his entourage, so to speak. We expect that they are going to be guests of President Dr. William Ruto at State House. As you can see, preparations are underway. Security is beefed up in State House. And we see that outgoing president, that is President Uhuru Kenyatta, is seemingly State House from even dignitaries. We see diplomatic vehicles there. Guests have begun arriving at State House there. We'll keep tabs. Security is quite beefed up. This is where we're going to be having the ceremony where President, duly elect and sworn into office, Dr. William Ruto, is going to be hosting his first guests at State House as president, the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. His motorcade is still cruising through Thika Superhighway there, as other dignitaries, heads of states get, ushered out of the Kasarani Stadium. What you're seeing on your screen is none other than South Sudan's President Salva Kiir there, who was among the heads of state who honored the invitation to come and witness the swearing in, the inauguration ceremony of none other than Dr. William Samoei Ruto as the 5th president. Also speaking there in his speech is that the president reiterated his stance when it comes to fostering matters of trade, as well as trying to bring Kenya together and fostering trade across the East African community, as well as the African continent there. Some also good news, especially for those Kenyans who have been watching this televised broadcast either by stream, by virtue of being away from Kenya's borders, is that the president, that is Dr. William Ruto, has said and affirmed that he's going to be setting up a diaspora ministry to take care of interests of Kenyans who are living abroad. And we expect that this is going to be domiciled within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but we're yet to get the nitty-gritty details, saying that it is important that for those who continue contributing to the economy through diaspora remittances also feel that they are part and parcel of Kenyans when it comes to matters of governance and leadership. This is a clarion call that he made during the campaign trail, and he has emphasized that it's going to happen in his first speech as the president. Those are pictures from State House as well as Kasarani. Salva Kiir there, president of South Sudan there, bidding farewell to his fellow heads of state who had graced the occasion here at the Kasarani Stadium. A total of 18 of them representing different parts of Africa. We had the president from Somalia there, as well as representation from West Africa, Sierra Leone there. We had a representation from Mozambique there, Philippe Nyusi. Now let's have a feel of basically the take home from the president's speech, and I'd want to rope in my panel that has been here with us all the way from 6 a.m. this morning, and I'd want to introduce Henry Kurauka. What has been your take? What is your take home from the president's first speech after being officially sworn into office? Henry.
Thank you very much. My quick take is that the speech was very good. There have been very high expectations from Kenyans. I believe the speech has catered most of them. However, there might be a few challenges here and there. One thing that is very clear is the appointment of judges. That can give our president a lot of, asante. because that is an issue that has been disturbing us for a long time. So the Court of Appeal and the two judges of the High Court will be soon tomorrow, and the appeals will move faster. To our farmers, it's very good news because our farmers have been very resilient, very hardworking, and they are generally very serious people. So with the reduced fertilizer prices, we expect our farmers to make profits and to do profitable business. The only issue I have picked is the issue of housing and credit. For credit to be cheap in this country, then the government credit must also be cheap. Today, treasury bonds are very expensive, or rather the profit is very high. If they reduce, then the credit will be cheap. The government must also spend to reduce credit. For housing, I remember one time going to court instructed by COFEC, and we challenged a proposal by government to bring on the issues of housing. That is something that requires a lot of legal reforms and a lot of infrastructure, because housing cannot accrue in areas without other infrastructure like roads, sewerage system, electricity, and so on. Finally, I would like to say that we expect more from our president on the issue of the UNGA that we were really waiting all of. Thank you.
Kasarani, what's your take from the president's maiden speech, so to speak?
I will say, Regina, it was a very inspiring speech. It's one which gives hope to Kenyans. You remember Kenyans have been suffering. We have taken a beat for quite a while. And the speech he gave more or less gives or touches the places where Kenyans expected him to touch. Though he did not speak on the other areas, but he said he will be able to deal with the other things on a later stage. The key for me was the issue of Mombasa Port. He did mention that Mombasa Port, indeed, the people of Mombasa have been crying all along, and that has been a big issue for them. So we are going to see the port services go back to Mombasa, and the people will be making money and be making a living as they had been doing previously. The other thing is the Hustler Fund. Of course, that was his clarion call. We are going to see that being enforced or being put in place. And we are hoping it's going to touch the lowly of the lowly in the population. That is very important. The aspect of devolution, we has also highlighted that is going to actually give all the funds and the services which are supposed to be done by the devolution. That is also was another key point which he raised. And of course, he also talked about the issue of EAC. He talked of going EAC and trying to, of course, be able to trade with other neighboring communities, and most importantly, he also gave Uhuru a job. Much as Uhuru has lost a job, he also got one. So that shows that
there's a lot of goodwill.
There's a lot of goodwill, and we are hoping to see a lot more good from him.
Indeed.
And of course, we wish him well.
Now, Daktari Rotich, a parting shot with engineer as we bring this to a close this session. What was your take home?
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much, Regina. I think what I must appreciate is the issue that even though His Excellency never came out very clearly on how he's going to reduce the prices of very essential commodities like foodstuffs, but he did mention that the government had actually tried to subsidize the same, but it proved to be very expensive, and there were also undernotes on corruption on the whole issue. And he actually said that that is the matter that he has to relocate, from the position of on the government side, and then again that the government will look into the subsidies or to subsidize the farm inputs in form of fertilizers, so that he can actually reduce the issues to do with the prices of foodstuffs. And on a high note again is that he has asked the Kenyans to inculcate the habit of paying taxes. And he say that this one actually we cannot succeed to fund the SMEs or the micro enterprise development if the taxes will not, I mean, if the citizen of this nation will not pay the taxes. So this is something that he has emphasized, that taxation or tax capacity in this country must be enhanced, or the network must be widened, so that the taxes can be increased. Then the government will get in form of revenue whatever they are going to fund the micro enterprise development. So, and then again, the most important thing again, he has extended his hand to the immediate former head of state, that they will work together, they will collaborate together on issues to do with managing the nation. And he has also talked good about the opposition, that they were worthy competitors, and that he is reaching out to them that they must come up together to build a united Kenya. I mean, it was a good gesture, and we look forward actually to His Excellency bringing the nation together, and together we shall succeed. Thank you so much.
Engineer. Thank you so much. I think for me, I'll just say it was bold, courageous and cautious in the same breath, given that there are some bold statements that he made. For example, the independence of the judiciary. He made that commitment and he has already fulfilled it. The independence of the police, he has fulfilled it. I think what we need to do also, extend the same independence to institutions like the county assemblies, which are supposed to check the counties, so that the treasury can also pay them their money directly, and they can exercise their oversight role independently. Courageous in the sense that things like the appointment of the judges who are not there, who are not appointed by the other administration, he has said he will do that, and he will do that immediately. Cautious in the sense that the issue of CBC, the issue of CRB, the issue of the money that people can draw, he has been very cautious, knowing that these are regulated industry or there are policies in place. He was very careful in doing that. But for us in Nakuru, we have lost. The port operations are going back to Mombasa. So I'm running to be the Speaker of Nakuru County Assembly. So my first order of business will be ask the MCAs to discuss the issues on the plenary, so that we can tell the executive, we have lost the pet. What are you going to do about the economic zones around the Naivasha? So I'm looking forward to a very interesting mix of opportunities for both the county and the national government in terms of how this manifesto will be realized, in terms of how the administration will be able to realize its aspirations for the Kenyans. But I think it's important that we take advantage of the support of the international community that is here to do business. We are all here to do business. Let us make some money for Kenyans, so that Kenyans can be able to put money in their pocket.
Indeed. And thank you so much. Of course, if I decide to get my take home, and we have the shows that we will be talking about that, I think I'll take more time. But for me, the take home was the election, the peaceful election, and the peaceful transition. And first things first, the president did thank Kenyans. I want to thank Kenyans in my own capacity as a journalist, because the country has been in an electioneering mood for 1 month. And we have been sitting here with the likes of Doc, Engineer Kurauka and Gisore, trying to put things to perspective. Election, petition, swearing in, and now we have a new transition. I want to thank everyone, including, of course, our bosses, our editors, our cameramen, our crew in various parts of the country. And thank you indeed so much, Kenyans, for watching, for your comments, suggestions, and even criticism. That surely has made KBC great. And indeed, thank you so much. We are now crossing over back to Kasarani, where my colleague JJ Kyoria is on standby. Thank you so much for watching. We will be leaving you in the safe hand of Harith and Mungai Gladys, who will take it a notch higher, but this time round in Swahili. Thank you so much for watching.
inspiring Uganda.
On the journey of AGOA, one of the things that first happened was to train over 2,000 girls.
So there were many problems for investors at the time I joined Uganda Investment Authority. And our role was to identify them, go to government and say, you've got to change this.
In 1986, we had about 2,000 kilometers of what you would have called paved road, but in very sorry state.
I want to thank UBC that enables us to get these very important messages.
Showcasing where we were and how far we have come.
The Kalanga Infrastructure Services Limited, we signed an implementation agreement where we are running 2 ferries, we're generating and distributing power to the entire Bugala Island, supplying clean piped water.
Even Enterprise Uganda, we started with 5 people. Today we're all over the country. When you are approached by UBC,
every week,
please make time and offer us the benefit of knowing where you came from, what you are doing, where you are headed to, so that we can all appreciate that things can be done.
UBC.
And rehabilitation approach. The committee therefore recommends that government should, page number 13, government should strengthen and increase the existing network of meteorological and hydrological monitoring stations and associated infrastructure to better understand, inform, and prepare the masses on the climate change. That the committee further urges the Uganda Meteorological Authority to disseminate weather and climate information to decision makers in government and other stakeholders. Number 14D. The committee further recommends that government should prioritize funding for the disaster management and preparedness sector, in addition to ensuring effective response in cases of climate-induced disasters and decentralized mainstreaming of disaster risk reduction up to the grassroots. Intervention number 6.5, page 14, preventing deforestation and rehabilitation of natural forests. There is high rate of deforestation and the rate of rehabilitation is very low due to limited awareness and clear boundaries. The committee therefore recommends that is page 15, government should ensure deliberate efforts to reforest areas that have been depleted due to human activity and natural causes, as this will come a long way in reducing the country's carbon footprints. In this regard, the committee calls upon governments to allocate funds for tree planting campaigns from the environmental levy and the tree fund as stipulated under National Environment Act 2019. B. Government should promote tree planting outside forests and reserves and encourage agroforestry practices within homesteads. Further still, the National Forestry Authority should support and promote the development of prioritizing tree species such as bamboo and other fruit trees, which are quick in maturing and friendly to the environment. This would in turn reduce pressure on the existing forests while allowing for the regeneration of natural forests. C. Government should initiate activities that reduce demand for forest products such as biomass for cooking, fuel efficiency approaches such as the use of fuel efficiency, cooking stoves, and clean cooking mechanisms should be emphasized in communities. D. Government should come up with initiatives to enhance or to encourage public to plant trees. E. Government should encourage carbon trade with better negotiation prices. The Ministry of Water and Environment should fast-track development of regulations governing, measuring, verification, and reporting sources of greenhouse gas emissions from the different sectors of the economy, as well as those that reduce, remove, or avoid them. F. Government should improve forest management by encouraging collaborative forest management, which will give the masses a sense of ownership of these forests and enhance their protection. G. Forest boundaries should be reopened. Marks and titles issued in gazetted forests and land titles issued in gazetted forests land and land titles issued in gazetted forests should be cancelled. 6.6 Transitioning to clean, reliable, affordable, sustainable, and efficient energy. The Sustainable Development Goal number 7 obligates member states to ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and clean energy, where Uganda is committed to ensuring several interventions under the energy sector to remove taxes on solar panels and LPG to make it affordable to the local masses. The committee therefore recommended that page 18, government should encourage masses to diversify energy sources and promote renewable energy transition within their households. In this regard, government should encourage use of LPG, solar biogas, wind, and electricity as alternative sources of biomass. B. Government should encourage the uptake of technologies that reduce biomass use, such as the use of efficient cook stoves and green charcoal. C. Government should review taxes levied on renewable energy equipment, such as solar panel batteries and gas cylinders, and wind energy equipment, which with a view of making them more affordable and available to the public. D. Investment in the electricity transmission, and distribution infrastructure. In this regard, the committee recommends that focus should be put on implementing the free connection policy to improve access and increase demand for hydroelectricity as a clean energy alternative. E. Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development through the Uganda Investment Authority should encourage investments in the renewable energy, such as solar panel assembling plants and manufacturing industries, to reduce the emission of greenhouse gases produced while at the same time reducing on transport costs involved in importing such equipment. This will in turn create employment, especially for the youth. Page 19, F. The committee recommends that government should encourage a gradual move towards carbon neutrality to attain net zero, encourage an energy mix, and ensure a balance with the country's socio-economic needs. G. The committee recommends that the Uganda National Bureau of Standards should ensure standards on renewable energy equipment. Things using energy efficient appliances reduce power consumption, which in turn reduce greenhouse emissions. Intervention number 6.7, financing of climate change and natural resources. Climate change financing is needed for mitigation and adaptation. This is stated out in the UN Convention on Climate Change Development Parties to provide financial resources to assist developing parties in implementing the objectives to reduce impacts of climate change. The committee therefore recommends that, page 20, government streamline climate financing in the budgeting process by implementing climate certification as provided under the National Climate Change Act in order to ensure that resources are available to the different stakeholders to mitigate the effects of climate change. B, government should strengthen the climate financing unit under the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to adequately manage the efficient funds geared towards addressing climate change. B, I see. Government utilizes the funding options available under financing for climate change, such as the Green Climate Fund and the Global Environmental Facility, as well as other bilateral funds to fill the existing funding gap. D, the committee recommends that the National Environment Fund and the Tree Fund should be reinstated with a sufficient amount of at least 10% tagged to addressing climate change and environmental conservation. Intervention number 8, rapid population growth and high rate of urbanization. As you may already be aware, there is growing rapid population in Uganda as a country, which has so far affected the climate in a way that the growing population has forced so many young people to acquire land causing climate change. Page 22, the committee recommends that government should come up with policies and mechanisms to address the increasing challenge of high population growth, which is one of the major factors contributing to encroachment of water catchment areas in search of cheap land for settlement and means of livelihoods. B, government should put in place policies and regulate waste management and encourage investment in industries that turn waste into energy, since the option of landfills for garbage collection only increase the production of methane in the environment. D, government should increase budget allocation to the local authorities for waste management and population control, with particular emphasis on recycling, resource recovery, and waste treatment. Furthermore, the committee recommends that city authorities incentive prioritize companies to participate and promote the transformation of waste energy, thus reducing the emissions of methane and other greenhouse gases. Number D, the development of policy frameworks in the new cities should mainstream green growth into urban planning, management, and finance in order to embrace a green urban development approach to minimize the impacts of urbanization on the environment. Page 23. Number E. New cities should take up green and climate resilient transport by promoting walking, cycling, and government should also create an efficient public transport system through revitalizing the railway and water and other transport systems. Right, Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, Uganda is highly exposed and vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, variability and climate change, and at the same time, facing widespread environmental degradation. The effects include low onset processes such as temperatures rise, drought, desertification, and loss of biodiversity, among others, as well as sudden events such as floods, rainstorms, landslides that are expected to increase frequency and severity in and affect all sectors. Some parts of the country are particularly at risk, especially mountainous areas, the cattle corridor, and urban areas facing urban ecosystem destruction. Although Uganda has a robust legal and regulation system in place on environment and climate change, there is need to consolidate its institutional structures and ensure implementation of laws in place to address climate, environmental conservation, and climate change adaptation and mitigation. The committee therefore calls upon government to put in place the intervention recommended in the report to ensure sustainability and economic growth in the country. I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Korik. Thank you. Korik, these are straightforward issues. These are straightforward issues, cross-cutting. We don't have much debate on them. I'll allow it. Yes, I will allow a debate of 15 minutes. Yes, I will allow, because they are straightforward issues. We are going to repeat what is in the report. We are going to rotate around it, and yet we have another paper to handle. I'll start with Honorable Milton Muuma. There is youth behind. Please, colleagues, I know you. I know the parties you belong to. I know the parties you belong to. And I know the strengths of each party in this house. So I know how to balance you. I know where I pick 5 or 6 here, where I pick 2 here. So please take your time. I will ensure it's there. And whenever I don't get it right, Rope is always nearby to, to make a sign to me that you're not getting
Thank you very much. Right, Honourable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank the committee for the comprehensive report regarding climate change and the environment. Right, Honourable Speaker.
2 minutes each crack, please, sir.
Thank you very much. Right, Honourable Speaker, the committee is recommending that the Meteorological Department regularly disseminates weather and climate information to decision makers. I want to say they are right. But right now, Speaker, the credibility of the information they release is wanting, because they normally tell us we'll be expecting rains in this season. People rush to gardens. In the end, a lot of drought hits us. So I don't know whether it is the machines or it is the staff manning that department that has something to say. So we are saying, whereas the recommendation is good, the implementers of this need to do some more work. Mr. Speaker, there's an issue to do with the coordination, the Ministry of Water and Environment coordinating with the MDAs. I want to say right now, Speaker, last week, officials from NFA survived being lynched from Iganga last week because of miscoordination. They came and began demarcating people's land that this is a gazetted forest reserve. As we talk, right now, I'm 47 years. I've grown up not seeing any forest in that place called Walugogo. But as of now, NFA is claiming it to be a forest reserve. Minus informing leaders, they are encroaching on people's land. If the chairman of C5 hadn't intervened, people are becoming chaotic and rowdy, ready to sort these people naturally. And it's not the right way to go.
Youth Central. Then after, I don't know why I've forgotten the name. No. The next. Yes. We first allow our elder.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to thank the committee for the good report and the good recommendations they've made about climate change. Right Honorable Speaker, about empowering the use of gas energy to reduce on deforestation, that is the use of charcoal and the use of firewood on domestic use or cooking. Myself, I had the Minister of Energy promising to distribute gas cylinders, and I'm wondering where the process has reached or the implementation has not begun. So that is my inquiry. And the second issue is about wetland encroachment. Right Honorable Speaker, on my village in Nyimbwa sub-county, Ruto district, we had a swamp, and a certain general, I will not mention the name, came and started rice growing. So our swamp disappeared. I think that is also an example of wetland encroachment. And I'm wondering how we are going to mitigate these issues, these problems, when the generals and the ministers are the ones who are encroaching on the wetlands. So maybe before we preach this to our communities, we should take it up first. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. My name is Vincent Shedrick Obong, Member of Parliament, Lera West Division. Right Honorable Speaker, we know as Ugandans we should come together to agglomerate our efforts in the fight against climatic change. The climate change and how we should militate against it. But I have also got this concern that the Honorable Minister for Finance was on a number of occasions quoted to have said that the investors, the foreign investors that are on the wetland can stay, and our own investors who are Ugandans should get out of the wetlands that we have. How does that impact on the message that we are putting across that people should get out of the wetlands? That's number one. Number two, I also want to borrow a leaf from what my colleague did put across. Well, we appreciate that the forests that have been deforested should be put back to use. But the concern which we have is that, one, the people who are going to claim lands that they think belong to National Forest Authority, most of them do not know the boundaries of this land. I have a case in my constituency called Telwa Forest Reserve. They don't know the boundaries, and people have lived there for years and years, and we have had governments and governments. Nobody has been chased from that land, but now they're coming to chase them out of that land. And the situation is volatile as we talk now. We need to talk about these issues and discuss them as Ugandans, and also get to know that the people that we are driving out of these areas are Ugandans that deserve to live in this country. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Honorable colleague is raising serious issues, colleagues, because when we are looking at this commitment, government is proposing to merge National Forest Authority, to remove National Forest Authority. Now, when I look at it and I say, you go, you make it a department in a ministry, my friend, forget forests in this country. Forget forests in this country. Number two, I have seen, I love living in a world which is clear, which is known. I don't want to live a lie. I have seen people saying forest reserve. You go, we were in Guru, where Guru University, the area where Guru University is, where government put up buildings and funded by African Development Bank, is called the forest reserve. You know, on paper, it's called the forest reserve. But government borrowed money from African Development Bank to come and build their faculties for Guru University. So now I'm concerned, and the minister, maybe you will answer, you will tell us, where there are no forests, you're saying they are forest reserves. Okay? Where there are no forests, you find completely, there is no, it's only eucalyptus, maybe 1, 2, it's in a town, in the middle of a town, you're calling it a forest reserve. Where there are real forests, you're failing to protect. No! So it's between me and you, I've seen many of them. I've seen many of them. In the 10th parliament, I remember it came here, and we said, why don't you be open? What does it help you to, for example, look at Guru, where Guru University is, and you insist, you deny them their title, you insist it's a forest reserve. When there is a university, will you evict yourself? Because your government, you're the one who put, will you evict yourself? So that's what comes to my mind. And anyway, sectorial, Dr. Batua, Namuga, and Anifa. I'm coming this side. I'm coming.
Protection, Honorable Speaker.
I said secretary.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. As
please, colleagues.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity and the committee. My submission is about the environment. As we are stating this issue, Right Honorable Speaker, they are just beating around the bush, but we know the facts. The already existing laws, which we need also to put.
Honorable Doctor, because Honorable colleague, it seems today you're not prepared. Because Doctor Baiga.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank the committee for producing this report. Thank you very much. Right?
Just Honorable, please. Colleagues, now, when we give you a microphone, and you start by saying, I'm submitting on environment issues, but that's what we are discussing. And then you rotate around, you look forward, your time is running. So I'm going to give you 1 minute each, I pick more people. Dr. Baiga.
Right, Honorable
Secretary,
Speaker.
I'll give you again.
I would like to invite this Parliament to the foreign forests, because we cannot talk about climate change without talking about the forest cover, which is dwindling every day. Mabira Forest, which is just remaining on the roadside. I'm talking about Chisisita Forest in Boyuku, which has now been cut down in the pretext of planting new trees, especially eucalyptus. Namazina, which was about a square mile of forest, cut down completely and eucalyptus being planted. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to invite this Parliament to give me a chance to present the motion on this at an appropriate time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Secretary.
Right, Honorable Speaker. There is an initiative of private individuals like church, which has come up with a campaign of planting trees. For example, Kasarani has come up with an institute, which is BLI. We need to highlight and concentrate on such, so you give them funds and we good. Two, there is an issue of Uvera here in Uganda. We need to just embark on how we can just concentrate the banning of Uvera within, because that is the source of the problem. I know there is already an existing law, but it's not implemented. Let's implement the existing laws as regards to that, and we move instead of just pushing around the bush. I thank you.
Thank you. Namuga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I also thank the Chair for the good presentation. Right Honorable Speaker, the wish list has been too long, and you may assume that government is starting business today. Right Honorable Speaker, we need a genuine conversation on issues of the environment. We all observe that we have sufficient laws, but we have challenges of enforcement. Right Honorable Speaker, we need to enhance enforcement. Before you think about any other laws, are we sure that we don't have sufficient laws in this country? When Mama Mabida was still with us this side, she used to fight so hard for the environment. But when she joined the colleagues in the other team, she relaxed. So, Madam, we call upon you to ensure that that ministry is put to good use, because that is the reason as to why she went the other side. So please ensure that something is done. Right Honorable Speaker, we need to ensure that we enforce the rule of law in this country, not only on environment, but also on other issues of governance. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I submit that government should come up strongly to ensure that everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine is about the swampy area in Namanzi. As much as the committee talked about returning back the land titles, but also the local authorities that give permits should also be cautioned to give permits to areas that, not to give permits to areas that are swampy, because I don't know what we are going to do. In Namanzi Industrial Park, there are hotels, and these hotels are owned by some of us, like Honorable Migereko of Ginger. He has a hotel in the swamp. Then Sudil also has a hotel in swamps. So I don't know the mechanism we are going to use. Are we going to compensate them, or we are going to break down those structures? So I want the laws to be stringent for the municipalities and the local authorities also. Thank you.
Okay, Lord.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I want to sincerely thank the committee for very good work. Recommendations, fantastic. But what we lack is the willingness to implement the laws that we have. The climate change issue, if we do not deal with it during our generation, it will be some of the things which will destroy the country, Uganda. I want to appeal to all of us. As we deliberate on this issue, let's see the will from government. I come from Musuku County, and we have a barracks called Olilim. But I want to tell you that when these people come to do training,
they cut down the trees that are around there to build their small houses during training. There is no replacement of this, and the effects are adverse. If government stands up and says, all members of parliament, like last week,
DP, Chief Whip, Okot.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank the committee. Let us look at the drivers to this degradation. I look at taxes. Most of our districts, since they have limited means of enhancing their local revenue, they go slow in implementing or in enforcing some of these regulations. They give permits to ensure that they raise local revenue. So there we're having challenge. For as long as we still don't enhance also budget to the local government, we are going to have a raw deal in implementing some of these policies. So I urge this parliament and also government generally to enhance the sources of revenue to the local government. Thank you.
Haji.
Finally, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we have a challenge in this country where the law is applied selectively. Recently, there was public outcry on the shores of Lake Victoria, where Sudil Ruparelia was pouring sand in the lake. NEMA was notified, and it reached at the scene. When it was told that there is above, it went away. Up to now, Sudil is constructing in the lake. NEMA itself should be questioned, and maybe we have a committee here where it's supposed to report, and we put it at the task explain under what circumstance is the law applied to the poor, and when it comes to the rich, they are exonerated too. Right, I have an area where
you don't allocate yourself more time. You don't, please. Kumi. I would be selective if I do. If I allow that, I would be selective Honorable. Yes, Kumi.
Right, Honorable Speaker, somebody was asking for a solution to people who are constructing in wetlands. Let us impose heavy taxes on those who have already constructed on what? Wetlands. For instance, we can say per annum you pay 200 million wetland tax because you had already what? Constructed. Because we already have people who have put there, they are what? Building. For instance, in here, Namave, you will run away, you are celeb. Let the tax be the one to drive something out, and we use that money for other purposes. Two, the issue of charcoal that we are using. Let us get cookers at a reasonable price. Let us drop the taxes. Let's make it affordable to get this what? Cookers. Those who are in the wetlands, can we give them alternative livelihood? Because my agri people who are in the wetlands cannot just live like that. Some people were given all the wetlands by their parents. So where do they go? So the best thing to do is to give them money as capital. They go for other business. Then things will go.
Mtoroko, then Okotogo, then our champion.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to address myself. First of all, I want to thank the committee. And to the Right Honorable Speaker, we are seeing in our government, there are no coordination of MDAs. You find that there is an agency. For instance, today we met the Fiscal Planning Authority, Fiscal Planning Board. And you find that they give a directive that that person shouldn't build in a wetland. You find the police do not enforce. So really we need the MDAs to coordinate in tackling of this issue. And two, why are laws in this country being selective? The rich people are building in wetlands every day and night. But when the poor goes, it becomes a problem. And moreover, there is a lot of corruption in government offices, Ministry of Lands. When you go to NEMA, they are giving even land titles. The Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues.
But Honorable NEMA does not give land titles.
No, I'm saying they give.
Okotogo. Then Achon.
Mr. Speaker, in 2021, we passed National Climate Change Act. and we gave the minister to appoint the date of commencement. That one has not been done. So the minister must tell us why it is not done. Members of Parliament, Africa contributes 0.0% of China contribute more than 50%. We must be demanding for reparation. We must be paid. We are victims. As Parliament, we must demand for reparation so that we can ensure that our climate is protected. But Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Achon?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable colleague, our small village, let us give ourselves a task to plant at least a tree in front of our kitchen. It would show a good example, we as a leader. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, you see in this country, there are laws. Let the tree planting, the law should not defeat us. Tree does not talk to human beings. It will talk to the rain and God alone. Look at in northern Uganda, people are cutting down mango trees. Mangoes are fruits which help people. But if you look at now, mangoes are all gone down. If you look at the shea trees, it's all gone down. These are the things which feed the people. So, Honorable Speaker, we need to really work very hard in this kind of situation. Charcoals alone, if you see in my district, Otuke, people are carrying charcoals 24 hours.
Thank you. You see, today I was reading an article in the Daily Nation of Kenya, and this professor was focusing on an important topic concerning gas legislators. He said all legislators all over the world are asking for water connectivity to, but very few of them are discussing the question of the source of that water. And in very, very few years, not very many, he said Kenya, if they don't take intervention, because he said they have around 400 and something, you know, there is a way they calculate their scientific stuff of content of water. Yeah, but that sounded Ruto. So that's why I didn't want to commit myself on the figure. But the issue was that we must address our concerns. If we are to look at having water for our communities in the future, we must look at the concerns of sources of water. Most of you, you'll find the boreholes we're asking for. They will come, they look for water sources and pay. Boreholes in your own area. So colleagues, tree planting, all these issues, I think the minister will be needed to come and give comprehensive really statement so that we all appreciate, and we go and we run this campaign. You launch a much bigger campaign where each one of us can be involved. But you remember, we used to give tree seedlings as members of parliament. That one also stopped. We have to fight and ensure that is back. Kagadi, and then Museveni. Museveni, who is not your way.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee and the chair for good presentation. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda's economy is particularly vulnerable to climate change, given its significant reliance on its natural resources. Here, I mean, when you look at how we have been affected as a country, the longer droughts that have enormously affected agriculture productivity, high dropouts in water levels, for example, in Lake Victoria, low hydroelectric production, as seen in Nyagak 1 hydropower plant in West Nile region, following the uncertainty of River Nyagak. The rainfall has decreased, has also become less predictable and less evenly distributed. You can see, in addition to
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Museveni. Right Honorable Speaker, I don't know whether if I'm protected.
Honorable Chibadia is saying the court didn't respect the name Museveni, so
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank the committee for the report. My interest is where they recommend for tree planting outside the forests and the reserves. Right Honorable Speaker, if this parliament can introduce a new law on tree planting, especially compulsory tree planting by all other Ugandans, at least there can be a change in this country. If it is necessary, we can introduce even new law so that every Ugandan plants like 10 trees, at least in the year or per season, that is half a year. Because the trees, we are losing the forest cover because of human activities. So if
Yes. Honorable Pachuto.
Thank you.
And then
Right Honorable
Koroni.
Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I totally agree with the committee report that Ugandans, we must take up tree planting. And that's why I removed the motion in the last session. Right Honorable Speaker, where I do not agree with the committee is when they say that government should move to gazette or create boundaries in the forest reserves. Why I do not agree with them, Right Honorable Speaker, is that they should have gone into the nitty-gritty to state that government must follow the processes as it is in the law. Right Honorable Speaker, why am I saying that? We have cases of unknown forest reserves. Somebody said here is 47 years old. You grew up and you never knew of a forest reserve there. People have always lived there. I'll tell you of a case in my sub-county. And the government...
Koroni.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable, I want to thank the committee for the report. As from the Mount Elgon region, disasters have hit us because nature is fighting back. Flash floods, landslides, because the hills and mountains are bare. We need, as a matter of urgency, government needs to locate people from Mount Elgon and we let the trees occupy their natural habitat. I'm glad that the committee was able to interface with the Ministry of Energy regarding utilization of renewable energies because 90% of the energy is biomass, meaning people are cutting down trees as a source of fuel. There is a policy for free connection. What happened? The regulator has now introduced
Oreku.
I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Leku Joel from Trego West. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm bringing two issues. One is the net metering policy for the renewable energy installations in the country. We do not have a policy that allows somebody who has excess power, for example, on solar to sell to the grid. And we do not have a policy that he can also buy. So I'll urge the committee to incorporate the net metering issue as one of the issues. Then there's the issue of incorporating renewable energy into the buildings of this country. If you can clearly see what happens now, if power goes off in this city, everybody runs to put up a generator. A lot of noise.
Bashi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Followed by Madio Koro.
Right Honorable Speaker, it is very hard to comprehend issues of climate change without delving in deeper details into the population demographics of our country. Some deeper insight into this will help us to exhaustively discuss the alternatives. Honorable Speaker, total fertility rate in Uganda today is about 5 children per woman, one of the highest in the world. Now that combines with the high libido among our youth, is the speaker protecting me? The high libido among our youth added together, and in that you can see that annually we register.
Madi Okoro.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, there's been poor relations between the NFA and the local communities in Uganda, as you've heard from other colleagues here. And this relationship has further gone down the drain because of the way district of Madiokolo, there's a forest range called Laura Forest Range. And nobody knows how NFA took charge of this forest. And people it's charcoal burning or charcoal collecting firewood collecting is done in a very unclear manner. Some people are allowed to collect charcoal, others are not. And so it's led to a lot of discomfort amongst the people. Recently, a lot of people were driven out of the community. And so there's a very poor relationship. As you've heard even from other colleagues, we need to come on the ground and see.
Rampara.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm also standing to appreciate the committee, what they've done, but I will emphasize one point, that as government, we need to go back on the drawing board and redefine the boundaries of our forests to avoid the conflict that is ongoing between NFA or government and the communities. Because we know very well that these boundaries were put in place far back in time and the population has grown. But at the same time, we still need this forest in areas where they're supposed to be. So for that reason, to avoid conflict, as government, we must come and lay on table and redefine our boundaries and see where there's need. Because some of the areas that had the forest have grown into cities and municipalities, and therefore have relocated the forest. I pray that we give this the attention it deserves.
Adrico.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity.
Procedure.
Mr. Speaker.
Procedure.
Yes, this Parliament adopted the mask as an instrument that we must all have. And when I look, especially the other side, a number of colleagues have been. Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, a member is protected.
Thank you.
Colleagues.
I noticed that the chief whip on the government on your right has whipped all the other a number of other members not to put on masks. May you guide whether masks have been officially suspended so that we can all enjoy our freedom.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Adrico, please. Honorable Segona, I hope you are not talking about the presiding officer. But colleagues, you remember, I think around 3 weeks ago, I told you because of the distance I have from you, I can feel you, you know. And you have a chance to move out. You remove a mask, you feel some fresh air. Me, I sit here for 5-7 hours when I'm suffocating. So that's why I moved. So, colleagues, please put on your masks. Minister of Health has not yet cleared us. Yeah. Put on your masks. And I think it is important to go on record that the chief whip didn't whip his colleagues to remove masks. It's very, very important. Some
First
of
of all, I
you
want
come
to thank
with
this
the new
committee.
ones.
And Right Honorable Speaker, it's true, community are suffering. At my constituents, NFA claimed they have 26 forest reserves. But if you go on the ground, they are not sustaining the community and it ally with the rich people. Then after demarcation, you will see after a few days, around 10 people will come and claim the area. They will give to the other people. This means the community are suffering. I'm requesting you to give us the opportunities, the member of parliaments, to go on the ground and sustain the community. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Kagwira Stephen.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. True Honorable Speaker, we have good laws and policies. The key word here was implementation. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue should be addressing is not even the policies and laws. We have them really sufficient to make us move. But what is important is who and what is frustrating implementation in this country. Who is frustrating and what is frustrating? Because whichever thing we talk about in Parliament is about implementation. Let us, Speaker, have time and look at all these things generally and say who is the enemy of this country and what is the enemy of this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Ababiku. Then Bugangaizi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my observation on this matter is Ugandans are ready to take action, except the government is not consistent because of the method of implementation. My proposal is let government bring the implementation plan to this house so that we discuss it, own it, and we join government in the implementation process. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bugangaizi. Then Joyce.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I'm Gaba Aitha, representing Bugangai's East Kakume District. I would want to appreciate the chairperson and the committee for the good report they have presented here. And I support you, Right Honorable Speaker, for what you've said. It's high time government should gazette forested areas. At the same time, people have already settled in places, like you had said, in different towns, in different areas. You find now it is the time they are coming up telling people that this is a forest reserve. People have spent 30 years, 20 years, like in my place, we have a place called Karangara. People have spent there like 20 years. But it's the government, it is not sure whether it's a forest reserve, whether it's an empty area where people should stay. People are not entitled.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to thank the committee for the smart report. Right Honorable Speaker, I concur with the committee on the issue of increase in population. Right Honorable Speaker, we have a problem between NEMA and the local councils or the city councils. As city councils give land title to people who want to settle in the wetland, the NEMA people come and destroy whatever they have put. There is also a problem with us, Right Honorable Speaker, that we the leaders want to shield the people who settle in the wetland. So it is now our cardinal role to go back and sensitize the people and allow NEMA to do their work. That is the only time we shall see that we shall.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Binji Patrick Nyanzi Butemba Chankwanzi. I want to thank the committee for the report, but specifically I will address myself to part 6.6, transitioning to clean, reliable, affordable, sustainable, and efficient energy. Right Honorable Speaker, about 2 months ago, the Honorable Minister was launching the use of liquefied petroleum gas. And the Honorable Minister promised Ugandans that the cost of LPG is going to reduce drastically after scrapping off VAT. About a week ago, I was refilling my cylinder and the cost had drastically increased. That is issue one. And also to reiterate the Honorable Agnes Chirabo what she put across. The Honorable Minister, still while launching a
Basil.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. One, Basil Bataringa from Kashar North. Rural electrification was introduced to help forests. So why is it that for 3 or more years, poles are spread over very many constituencies without electricity being connected to the homes of people so that we protect these forests? Secondly, we live astride the equator. Why is it as a country that we are not investing very heavily in solar energy? I beg to move.
Oseku.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My issue is that there are areas that are heavily populated and we are facing land fragmentation. But the government has land, especially in institutions of government, the schools, the health centers, the sub-counties. And you look at them, they are bare, there are no trees there. So in my view, the ministry needs to take up, mobilize the resources and they plant trees in these places. We shall be able to trade on that carbon. Thank you.
Thank you. Adiek.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mother Nature has really suffered by the actions of men and women. Right Honorable Speaker, I have a suggestion that besides planting trees in schools that we have seen bare, having no trees, I would suggest that we engage the children. Each child going to a day school should be given a seedling to go back and plant in their homesteads. I know with children, when they are given the chance, they will actually take the trees as theirs and they will protect the trees they have planted. So as the children grow, the trees will also grow with them and they will protect the environment. So that is one of the suggestions that I would like the committee and this parliament to really approve of, so that we see our environment being protected by the innocent children.
Sir Kabira. Followed by Linus.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I have two issues. One, I want to seek for clarification from the chair of the committee on whether if land titles of the registered proprietors are cancelled, whether government will compensate. Two, I'm only worried as well if it will not be a bonanza for the land grabbers. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2006, I lost my land to the late General Eritumine. Out of my 660 acres at Koge, only 46 was forming part of the forest reserve. Cancelled. And then thereafter, he made a title and carved off only 46 that was forming part of the reserve, subdivided the remaining land, and then sold off. So I'm very afraid.
Honorable, I'm constrained for such information to be on the record of Parliament when you know that the honorable gentleman cannot be here to clarify. Okay? And we can't call him here to clarify. We appreciate your situation. Okay? We appreciate. But humbly allow me, I request clerk to expand it from the record. It's difficult for me as a presiding officer. It's a strong allegation on an individual. No. Please, Honorable Linus. Honorable Linus.
Oh, thank you, Right
I
Honorable.
would advise it should be a court matter. There is his estate. You handle it. Once court has pronounced itself on it, then I can be comfortable. Okay? Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. In Kiriandongo, we have a forest reserve called Kaduku. and it's Kaduko Hill, and the UPDF has gadgets on the hill. However, the UPDF soldiers deployed there are the ones involved in burning and selling of charcoal. So when local leaders rise up, they become ruthless. So I request the authorities concerned to see through this matter such that our forest reserve is protected. Thank you.
Honourable Minister. Now, Rope, I will allow it of this, but colleagues, please. You see, on committee reports, I don't usually say you side respond. I usually give it to the minister because all sides, it's a report of the House. I usually give special attention to Rope and team when it is from government side presenting, and therefore they are supposed to be responding. But the one of the committee is signed by the shadow minister for energy, the members of the opposition. So it's all our report. But since Honorable Chivumbi is acting Rope, let me allow him to say something on this.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. One, what the report didn't give us is an audit of all other parliamentary resolutions. Because we've been at this issue for some time. We have spoken and made resolutions. To what extent have they been implemented? And I think the report didn't give us that. Secondly, I hear people want to go on a long campaign of tree planting, but you have been very clear. There are standing forests that are being destroyed every single day. So why don't we first concentrate on protecting a standing forest before even go into any tree planting? NFA is the #1 destroyer of standing forests. They give permits to where a forest is, it is cut, it's planted with eucalyptus. So before we audit the full, if we have had NFA for some time, can we audit it, its impact? How many acreages did we have on square miles of land before NFA and what we have with NFA? So that we know whether there is value for money. If I had the authority in this country, I would ban it within a minute because it has led to a destruction of forests. Secondly, to the minister, you are a regulator. Where are the regulations on these issues? For long, and you are an activist on this side. When we take up government positions, we should take some of our credentials, that other side, and help. That is the only way we make a difference, why people justify crossing. But if you cross and you also join business as usual, so what important? So my urging to my good sisters, my good friend, is that you can fast track the regulations very fast. Lastly, to the Minister of Works, we had an earlier suggestion where we are building a new tarmac road. Alongside it, let us plant trees. Because we can use the same borrowed money, the same loans to say, as we plant new roads, we should have forests. I once drove through American, courtesy of US government, around 11 states. Each state you go to, alongside the road, beautiful, it gives you good driving, and I suggested you combine with the prisons. You prisons can go and plant trees, and so you can have a cross-cutting rich ideas on how we can restore the environment. And I beg to move.
Honourable Minister for Roads, before the one of environment comes, you wanted to respond on this?
Thank you, Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. That one of all the roads we are doing now are planted with trees. The problem is sustainment. You plant them, then people cut. We have had a problem, for example, in the north. We tried to restore the cashew nut trees. but even before they could reach flowering time, they were harvested by people for charcoal. So the problem is, I think we need also to continue educating our people, but that has been established for every new road, there must be tree planting.
Yes, Honorable, these are issues where you need to involve readers, because you see, when you involve readers, it becomes much easier. But MPs are always complaining that we do projects in their areas without even informing them. Yeah, there is an MP who told me a rival was distributing items from NADs in their constituency. So it becomes difficult for colleagues to follow up. So let's engage readers, and readers also, let's now pick interest. When such projects like the minister has said, when they are doing a road in your constituency, also go, the one we are talking about today, go and ask where are the trees. So there is a road reserve area where we would include all these trees. So, Honourable Minister for Environment, there is a procedure matter.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, in 2020, Cabinet had a resolution of the 4 million trees to be planted, and the late was supposed to champion that. Late Olanya, Right Honourable Olanya. The minister knows it very well, Right Honourable. In the same spirit, Right Honourable, there was the position of the tree fund. So, as the report from the committee was being presented, we expected the committee to hint about the tree fund. Wouldn't it be procedure, Right Honourable Speaker, that as the minister comes to respond, she responds on those two things of the 4 million trees to be planted and the tree fund? Thank you.
No, that would be really right. But now what confused me was there was a cabinet resolution then to be spearheaded by the head of the legislature. You see, that's I think he was launching. For example, colleagues, you can have your own initiative. I personally, I've already planned what to do on my birthday on 10th of November. I'm going to plant 10 acres of trees with Rotary. And the Rotary has arranged with the church, with one of the churches, I think in Mukono. Yeah? And I'm funding for those trees to be looked after for 2 years. I will plant and I look after the forest for 2 years. So you see, I'm not cutting any cake. I'll be planting trees. So it depends. We can have a meaningful life around what we do every day. Yeah? So instead of buying a nyega ticket, you buy a few seedlings. Yeah? Or we can say everyone who is supposed to go to nyega, you first plant 10 trees. Yeah? And then people like Soroka Yembaia. So, Honourable Minister of Energy, you had a minute? Because main I want Minister of Environment.
Right, Honourable Speaker, a number of issues have been raised about clean energy and specific questions were asked. For example, there was a question of LPG promotion. Yes, that program is on, was launched by the minister, and we're actually piloting it in Kampala. 600 cylinders have already been given out. We are going to roll it to the district. Kampala. And it's not meant for your class. It is for people with 2 bedrooms and so on. I can produce the list of people who have benefited out of it. Yes.
Committee on Natural Resources follow up on that matter.
You can follow up on that matter. The project is ongoing. We are promoting the use of mixed energy sources to reduce the use of biomass. Honorable Irene said we have actually come up with a cooking tariff to encourage those who have power in their houses to go into using electricity for cooking. And that program is running on. The free connection of electricity, PCP, free electricity connection. There isn't enough money to actually implement that policy, but I wish to assure the House
we are coming, cabinet approved a project where we shall actually reactivate the free connection policy. It is going to be debated here in the House. I expect that you will support it to connect your people into electricity. It has already come out of cabinet. Minister of Finance will present it.
Honourable Minister.
Yes.
Now what you're doing,
yes,
you're getting side talk and formalizing it on the Hansard. So one who will be reading the Hansard in the future will say, who was the minister talking to? Because the ones talking from the sides are not on record. You are on record.
Okay, so let me continue.
So don't respond to anything else.
Okay, thank you very much for that guidance. And then the polls which are standing, those polls are in plan, the programs, the projects are actually running. It doesn't matter. The project is running. Now, please give me time to. Yes, I submit that. Yes, those polls are standing and the projects are ongoing. It is because of COVID that we're not able to acquire certain materials which are imported into this.
Honourable Minister, we are waiting for a statement on the performance of REA, which was promised by your senior minister. So that's when we shall discuss those issues.
So we shall actually discuss that one. So the use of solar, every household, many households, more than 38% of the households are actually on solar electricity, and we are promoting it. So in essence, the Ministry of Energy is actually moving forward to popularize the use of sustainable energy and clean energy for applications at household, also at industrial level.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honourable Minister for Environment.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I thank the committee chair and the team for the report. And Right Honourable Speaker, the issues which has been raised are actually not new. As government, we have been engaging the committee and we work very closely with each other. However, for the benefit of the issues raised, before I can proceed to honourable members of parliament concerned, allow me to respond as such. That one, we as government, when we are talking about this environmental undertaking, we have actually involved the multi-sectoral approach. My colleagues in other ministries, and for instance, Works has just responded. We are working closely, they are doing their part. Minister of Education is doing their part. Churches, cultural institutions, civil society, the youth, we are engaging them in the restoration. We want to let you know that the Climate Change Act was actually enacted in 2021, and we are supposed to bring in place the regulation to operationalize it. I want to report, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, that the work has been started on. The team, the committee has been put in place. The consultation is on. In judging, we have gone about 30% of putting in place that regulation. The bottleneck, which we still are battling with, as you are aware, colleagues, after recovering from COVID pandemic, the budgeting part of it to enable us go as fast as we should have done, curtailed us a bit. But I want to say that we have made progress on that, and we are actually more concerned that that affect our environment. Right Honourable Speaker and friends, I also want to report that Cabinet in August passed the 10 years restoration program, which was spearheaded by the first Deputy Prime Minister, and indeed a number of resolutions towards restoration of our environment were agreed upon. And all the concerns which my colleagues raised, most of them are actually being catered in there. I want to briefly highlight them so that I don't go into the concern of the colleagues again. One, that the National Environment Fund was restored. Cabinet confirmed and approved that. Enforcement arm, the Uganda Police Force, Environmental Force, is going to be beefed up with the UPDF, and we are going also to train some guards to help us enforce the laws, which actually, as you know, we have them, but the enforcement arm was a bit weak. And that one is going to happen, is one of the resolutions we have. And I want to tell you that once we have the funds which has been authorized with finance, we're going to do much more than what we are doing currently. Amongst them is boundary opening, friends, restoration of degraded wetlands, already cut down forests. But let me also be on record on this, that friends, if we, the people's representative, who are supposed to protect, we are actual trustees in the Constitution to the protection of the environment. If we can come and again urge that we cut down, we bring motions to cut down the existing forest or to turn it, degazette it, it defeats the purpose. My humble prayer, colleagues, that we should be the very ones really protecting this environment. We have no trees. We have already records. We have in our records that Atlas, I remember I've been around in this parliament for a long time, for a while, actually not very long time, but we had even under Dr. Ariamanya of NEMA, the Atlas was given to members of parliament, and we have them. We are working actually around the clock with the help of our development partners to bring copies so that members can appreciate this. We are not just inventing the wheel. These existing boundaries do exist and is known, only that they were degraded. They were encroached on, and now you cannot see any tree. Most of them actually, to tell the truth, friends, let's be very sincere with ourselves. Most of these places had thick forests, which has been actually degraded. My sister, I wish you could let me run through with the help of protection from my right honorable speaker, that these forests were thick and it was our very own people. Because of politics, sometimes we fail to tell the truth. But I ask you kindly, it is not that only one section of people are degrading. I think all of us have fallen short of God's glory as far as protecting the forest is concerned and environment. Let's take it on that. Because if we keep on pointing the fingers, who is the general, who is the member of parliament, who is the minister, it's all of us. And if I have records, if I brought to blacklist everybody, it was not going to move us forward. Let's just say, it must stop now. And now we protect, first of all, the existing forests and then restore the ones which has been degraded. Friends, Honorable Speaker, we need to protect our environment if we want to have sustainable development in this country. The roads, what you are talking about, the floods, the landslides, these are our results of degradation of the environment. And this has been also clearly highlighted in the report of the committee. So it is now the challenge that we all play our part and God will help us. If not, God is going to, nature is talking. We must actually listen. The meteorological department, colleagues, you are aware of the challenges we have. But I want to be also on record that even here last night I was watching TV. The meteorological department is continuously trying to forecast what is coming. It might not be 100% accurate as it was raised by Honorable Kotogong, but meteorological department has the forecast given to our people. We shall try to improve on the information relayed, and that one should not be something which deters moving forward. I want also to bring to our attention that the double application of the law, as colleagues have also said, it's true that we see people occupying the wetlands, people cutting down trees, big vehicles, but I want to let you know that we should also appreciate the effort of NFA. We have impounded vehicles. We have taken cases to court and prosecution has taken place. And we are moving towards having environmental court or a specialized court that fast tracks the environmental offenses so that there's no delay. And that one is what is on the offering. We already have some courts which are already on Buganda Road, the chief magistrates there handling this. This one also has been a problem because the offenders, as soon as you arrest them, they go to, we take them to court and say, you prove that this was a forest. And you know, I'm not a lawyer. My son-in-law here, Kivumbe, might also be knowing some of this more, that the court will say, prove. Have you gazetted it? Where is the boundaries, as the colleagues are already raising here? And that one gives a leeway to the degraders to actually take time to even finish the remaining part by the delayed court justice. So this should now be one of the issues we are solving. Friends, we are also promoting agroforestry. This is already ongoing. The report has already alluded to that. But I want to be on record that as government, we are already engaging that. And actually, we are seeing it as a solution. The trees we are talking upon, some people grow trees, and once they have problems, they just go and cut down. My colleague has just talked about, MP has talked about even mangoes being cut down. But we want to actually to promote agroforestry, especially on the private land. You should actually differentiate between government central forest reserves and the forest on the private land. And how we manage it is now what is the difference. But most times, friends, just look at even those who are cutting their own planted trees, which we should actually, by law, regulate. But somebody decides, I have a problem, I'm cutting down my trees to pay for school fees. We are saying, okay, can we try to introduce some specialized tree species? Can we promote coffee growing? If a person had grown coffee, that is already a cash crop. And yet for us, it is a tree and it helps us improve the tree covers. Macadamia, avocado, cashew nut, penne, whatever. So these are our alternatives we are trying to advise our population. And I implore you, friends, that we should also promote this in our constituencies so that people can no longer go for species which after a while they can cut down. I also wanted to bring to your notice about what we are doing in improving the forest cover. We think it is quite critical, and we are talking to leaders, your people's leaders. As a country, we want to increase the forest cover, but not for the sake of just increasing the forest cover. The world is moving towards carbon credit. And this is another upcoming hot cake, which as leaders, we must prepare our people and appreciate to keep their tree covers not destroyed, while as government and you leaders, parliament for that matter, we put in place, actually my ministry is already drafting a regulation, how we are going to set ourselves ready to engage in carbon credit. So the trees our people have should not be cut down, not even the one existing, but we should encourage them so that when the carbon credit time comes and the regulations is put in place, we are able to let our people start earning. Including deceiving members of parliament, that we are going to give you so much money, you go and plant trees, and then we sign some agreement so that during the time of carbon credit, you don't know how much to earn from it. Please, leaders, friends, let's not sell our country. Let us not give away the rights of our people. The trees our people are planting are going to be traded, and that money must come to this country, not for somebody to use the tree covers he has given the money for and go and trade it at international level where you and us, we don't know. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think very shortly after a while, once our regulations are ready, we shall come back and also through this parliament, let the people's leaders appreciate and we pronounce ourselves as a country so that we also start preparing ourselves to earn from our tree covers. We have been engaged in so many international meetings, and we are advancing that, leave alone the carbon credit. We also need to make sure that our natural resources, which are existing, we actually put value to it. Because most times we don't know that the water bodies we have, the wetlands we have, the mabiras we have, which are existing, are doing a great work in regulating the green gas. And we don't know the value attached to that. So also, we want as a country to start putting value to our natural resources so that when we go to negotiate, when we go to discuss in international forums, like last week, we came back with a team from Parliament, and actually I welcome you, including the Vice Chair, and I place my friend from Gabon, where this engagement has been on. So at that level, people are already preparing themselves. So it is us also encouraging people to plant more trees so that it is given value and it becomes a negotiating tool, rather than advocating to cut the existing one and even try to degazette the remaining one. Right, Honorable Speaker, you also allow me just respond to a few of the...
Conclude, Honorable Minister.
The honorable members, you have raised so many pertinent issues. Some I gave the first summary thinking it will fall in those. I think the issue of Kavera, for instance, you know that Kavera is one of those worst cut plastic things. Mr. Speaker, the law which we put in place put a band 30 microns and below. That is what the law we have now. As government, we are going to move, unless we have the law put in place. The Attorney General is also advising on which laws, how we to put it, so that maybe we can have a total ban, or if there's recycling, as some people want to advocate, how is it done? What is blocking the drainages is the plastics. Maybe one time we should soon even start thinking. By the way, we used not to have even plastic bottles for soda, not for water even. We go to Rwanda, we don't have these plastics. What is wrong with us, Uganda? Can't we ban this? Can't soda go back to the bottles? Can't these bottles go back? But as we are preparing, we shall come for your support, because it is this house that should help us finalize this. We are looking in that direction as a government so that we have a clean environment. Mr. Speaker, I think also I want to say the issue of corruption. Corruption, as a country, we must agree that it has eaten across everywhere. So the morals starts with you and me. It starts with you and me, friends. How are we not taking bribes? How are we not even forcing ourselves to give others to be bribed so that we get our way? Because if a member of parliament goes and talks to the forest officer in Mukono, he wants the land and gives maybe about 5 million. What do you expect? Both of us, of you, the giver and the taker, you are corrupt. So this is something as a country which should also be addressed as we try to protect our environment. Mr. Speaker, as you allowed me to conclude, I think what is now supposed to be coming as I conclude is that we are looking towards the gazetting. The central forest, the forest covers which are under our jurisdiction, because there's challenges, the legality around it. We are even moving towards having maybe the titles around it to cement it, but it is a process. It cannot be right now. The land titles which have been cancelled, friends, it is because we are collaborating with the Ministry of Land. We work together with them, with Attorney General and other stakeholders. The Prime Minister is heading all these.
Not in responses, please. Honorable Minister, go ahead.
Thank you. So these are undertakings which I think, colleagues, it will move us to another level. We appreciate that things have not worked very well, but we should start somewhere. We should really say it is enough and enough, all of us. And then we go into action. And I think the beginning of everything, once the 10 years restoration program, which includes funding, the funds, the source of fund is already cleared. And that is what we are missing. That is what is missing in action. And I think we are on the right track. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister, go on, please.
Thank you very much, Right, Honorable. And friends, I do appreciate all your constituency concerns. We had actually even planned to have members of parliament all be given 3 seedlings. But the funds, this house, my kind request is that can we put funds for 3 seedlings so that each member of parliament, at least you can go with 50,000 and you lead by example, or you let the constituency see you practically engaged. So if we don't have that fund last financial year, it was removed. The committee did its part, Right Honorable Speaker, but along the way, we lost it. We ask you kindly, colleagues, Parliament, if we really want to walk the talk, please provide the fundings. Then we shall tighten the implementation. His Excellency, the President, the head of state, has gone an extra mile. On all the occasions, the President has directed that we must restore our environment. Those who are in the wetlands, in the forest, should be evacuated. Unlike what colleagues are saying, we are even standing by that. Presidential directive will be implemented. However, I want to be honest on record that we shall have a human face to that by giving an alternative source of livelihood. We are telling those in the wetlands, friends, can you leave and then we give you fish farming, for instance? Can you get engaged, those who are around the forest, in beekeeping, alternative sources of livelihood? But we want the will and then the willingness of our people with the voice of the leadership advised to leave our encroached areas. Because if you come here and then again you say, where are my people going? Where did they come from?
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, we've done our part as a parliament. The bigger part is for you. We have even, like you said, for us, we ensured you get money appropriated to you. So it's up to you to go and engage the executive and say, Parliament has done its part. They have appropriated the money, show seriousness in protecting our environment. Because you see, when you say we give you money, we have done it. We have done it. We have not refused. In fact, on environmental and climate change issues, Parliament has gone beyond, what it could do to give you all the necessary support. So now you need to convince the executive to take all these issues. And you can always count on the support of Parliament. That one is always guaranteed. So, colleagues, we have discussed this matter for long. I now put the question. I now put the question that the report of the committee on climate change on the motion for resolution of Parliament urging government to address climate change in Uganda be adopted by this House with amendments. Those in favor say aye, those against say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Minister, as per Rule 220 of our rules of procedure, we need an action taken report because Honorable Chivumbi raised a very important issue, but also comb for me the issues we have passed here to do with climate change, and I need it formally forward them to the chairperson committee on natural resources to see which action has been taken. Because this guides you in your day-to-day. Committees, your work is not only processing budgets, ministerial policy statements, you also do oversight. So during this period when we don't have the budget, we are soon starting the budgeting cycle. I think Honorable Mr. Tim rose to today for 2023, 2024. So you better use this time to look into the issues which the Ministry of Parliament passed ABCD. Where have you provided funding for it? How have you implemented all this? So that's very, very important. That's the best way we shall ensure that parliamentary resolutions are implemented. So with that, colleagues, I adjourn the House to tomorrow at 2, where we shall be paying tribute to the Queen. Thank you.
Matt, for hundreds of years, this famous Royal Mile has hosted processions of kings and queens. But the scene today...
UBC, inspiring Uganda. A logical, deeper conversation.
How many teachers in Uganda did you consult? But there's a mistake we are making. Which is good. Which is good. We went to this school, we ran it Western, we ran it Northern, then you come. Isn't that an achievement?
Objective and non-partisan.
Honorable Minister, there were a number of points. I want to start with you.
Straight from the hearts of open-minded men and women.
Money tends to move faster at night. So when people are not counting,
don't take it for granted.
Candid and authentic.
Because Uganda is not Thailand.
That's not correct, and we should stop that kind of mentality. So what I'm saying
that's
is
a trick question. Don't answer.
I'm not getting into that. I'm not getting into that.
Tell him you speak Luo.
I think that's where we are beginning to have a problem.
I think what is going to kill the parish model are all the misconceptions on how it's supposed to run.
I know that the Prime Minister is listening.
Behind the headlines.
Charles, let us agree. We liberalized the economy. We are several nations put it together. Why don't you appreciate that? What if it fails?
I'm happy
and
to
he's a good lawyer because he's not in power.
The Parish Development Committee is functional. It is there. that there is a parish chief, that the beneficiary is doing. So
we look at expenditure. We don't look at revenue. And that is the challenge we are giving them from Minister of Finance.
Your fountain of new knowledge, flowing into the mass body of knowledge.
First get the knowledge of Bukedia, how they want to be modernized.
Every Wednesday, 10 p.m. on your public broadcaster.
You return money to the treasury, which is meant for the people.
UBC, inspiring Uganda.
On the journey of AGOA, one of the things that first happened was to train over 2,000 girls.
So there were many problems for investors at the time I joined Uganda Investment Authority. And our role was to identify them, go to government and say, you've got to change this.
In 1986, we had about 2,000 kilometers of what you would have called paved road, but in very sorry state.
I want to thank UBC that enables us to get these very important messages.
Showcasing where we were and how far we have come.
The Kalanga Infrastructure Services Limited, we signed an implementation agreement where we are running 2 ferries, we're generating and distributing power to the entire Bugala Island, supplying clean piped water.
Even Enterprise Uganda, we started with 5 people. Today we're all over the country. When you are approached by UBC,
every week,
please make time and offer us the benefit of knowing where you came from, what you are doing, where you are headed to, so that we can all appreciate that things can be done.
UBC, inspiring Uganda. Brought to you by
It's a kind of magic.
Magic.
It's a kind of magic.
Magic.
Wakatendaba anti ngasitobola kwebakaye obufaananyi n'enkuba nga negeza amawe ntambulayi n'omulungi gwe mmanyi obulungi bwo ng'ojumidde mu kaddaali n'obuteefu bw'olina mu mutima gwo okuva eno mu musaayi obwo ninnyesongola buzima nimuhimbisa yebale lugaba agatimani kange olitine kinema wemmedidali I can't believe it's over now. It's over now. It's over now.
Omuruja tine kamoko kiwe na batine kwetenga Nomukwakuba okukora n'amaani ntanabe bitotetenge Ekyolere emisho kwinene kyawe ndio wawe tutyo tuture tini banja lyona kuyawe lyokukunda Nomanya ruhanga kankunda munda kantora na ngo wawe jerizoba kuruteka tekiwa kakutora na ngobo wanje ebyawe nibyo byanje niwe wanje
Mani muhimbisa yebarero gaba agatimani kanje oritine cinema with made die
no manyaranga kankunda no munda kantora na ngo wawe jerizoba kuruteka tekiwa kakutora na ngobo wanje ebyawe nibyo byanje niwe wanje
Nitumie vyovyote utakavyo baba. Baba nipe kibali niwaamshe wana wako kama jogoo asubuhi, niwaeleze wema wako. Ni mengi umenifanyia, ni mengi umenitendea. So much you have done for me, Lord. A lot I have to give thanks for. Nitume kama Daudi baba, nipende kama Daudi baba. Nitume kama Daudi baba, nipende kama Daudi baba. Nitumie vyovyote utakavyo baba. Nitumie vyovyote utakavyo baba. Uzesa joya gala chengeda. Joya gala chenkula. Njagala mpitenga nabo, bewalonda munga bawerezabo. Like soul, naitanga nawe, ngajo na mchenyanja nadukira jodi. Njagala mpitenga nabo, bewalonda munga bawerezabo. Like soul, naitanga nawe, ngajo na mchenyanja nadukira jodi. Zise jodi, okulele munze. Mukama zise jodi, okulele munze. Nitumie vyovyote utakavyo baba. Nitumie vyovyote utakavyo baba. Uzesa joya gala chengeda. Joya gala chenkula. Baba nipe kibali niwaamshe wana wako kama jogoo asubuhi, niwaeleze wema wako. Gase kwanga mbazukuse kumachase kwanga mbazukuse. Gase kwanga mbazukuse kumachase kwanga. Nitumie vyovyote utakavyo baba. Nitumie vyovyote utakavyo baba. Uzesa joya gala chengeda. Joya gala chenkula. Kwa wagonjwa na wajane baba. Nitume baba. Kwa walevi na wapenda anasa. Nitume baba. Joya gala chengeda. Joya gala chenkula. Nitumie vyovyote utakavyo baba. Nitumie.
Welcome to Jam 101, ladies and gentlemen. We are back once again, and we just started off with the song that came in from that is my good friend Ambassador teamed up with another great Kenyan singer. Yeah, that is Jaguar. They released that video just a few days or weeks ago, about 8 days when it was released. We are back again in association with Coca-Cola, and of course we have a lot for you today on the menu. Shall be having an interview later on. I'll be speaking to a good friend of mine from South Sudan. He has a brand new song which I believe most of you have been seeing. Besides that, we shall also be looking at our star profile. If time allows, shall also be delving into that as well. Otherwise, I hope the evening is good. Down this side, weather is pretty good. I don't know how it is that side. We continue to pray for the people of Kasese who lost lives. It was very, very unfortunate. Last I checked, over 16 bodies had been confirmed. You know, basically 16 people had lost their lives to some floods. You know, very, 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 very unfortunate. Very unfortunate indeed that Mother Nature is acting that way. And yeah, so basically there's been the good, there's been the bad, and the sad news. So that is some of what we shall be capturing in today's episode. For now, we're going to jump back into some more music. Shakira, a Ugandan artist who happens to be a medical worker, but she chose music. Yeah, it's very interesting. She released the brand new video titled Mwenye. That was a couple of days ago. So let's just delve straight into that brand new video, and when we come back, we shall be getting into some of your entertainment news. Let's go.
Yeah. Shakira, happy African, Josh Infanti. kankufula comfortable kibera automatically okwagala noyagalwa bannange biwuma omubala ku budgeti kakubere kumuwa ku nsimbi kigonda mubera mu byotatya leka bebi keno kasitula emyezi mwenda newerabira ne wamwe oli eyo omukwano gye gwakusenza nakwagala love chenkola chika omutima gwe gwagala omuwanika kisi kubala kyasonga ko kyomusimba omutima gwo gwa musimba kyosonga ko kyakusimba omutima gwe gwakusimba akumenyera kwekyo kyalya faya nakutyeyo bwoba wewalabise wamunyuma omugamba neddababa comfort, yeah. Onfula comfortable. Comfort, yeah. Onfula comfortable. Teri chinesimisa mukwano gwo ogwanyaniriza okuba mu matwale go. Teri chimasamasanga biseera byo ebyo mu maaso nga yenze mukyalawo. Guno tegulina kusaanawo. Kulina tebalina kye bangambako. Ekikutula omukwano kubalaata ondaga nti ofayo kikola otya kyasonga ko kyomusimba omutima gwo gwa musimba kyosonga ko kyakusimba omutima gwe gwakusimba akumenyera kwekyo kyalya fayo nakutyeyo bwoba wewalabise wamunyuma omugamba neddababa comfort, yeah. Onfula comfortable. Comfort, yeah. Onfula comfortable. Kibera automatically okwagala noyagalwa bannange biwuma omubala ku budgeti kakubere kumuwa ku nsimbi kigonda mubera mu byotatya leka bebi keno kasitula emyezi mwenda ondaga nti ofayo kikola otya kyasonga ko kyomusimba omutima gwo gwa musimba kyosonga ko kyakusimba omutima gwe gwakusimba akumenyera kwekyo kyalya faya nakutyeyo bwoba wewalabise wamunyuma omugamba neddababa comfort, yeah. Usiya comfortable. Comfort, yeah. Onfula comfortable.
Welcome back, Still Jam 101. Just a few months ago, there was a lot of noise about Chris Brown and what he charges for his meet and greet. And for him, it was like it's a VIP experience. There is a much that he offers his fans. That's why he basically charges that much. I'm not even so sure about the exact amounts, but I guess I'll have to check later on. Now, another person who gets into the mix is Bow Wow. He has been slammed for charging $1,000 for it's basically 1K for a VIP meet and greet. Now some fans believe the price is exorbitant, while others are excited about the opportunity to meet the rapper. Now of course the rapper was ducking after fans came after him for charging $1,000 for a meet and greet experience. Yeah, he had the internet popping after posting his meet and greet packages that will take place during the Millennial tour turned up. This is going to start on the 7th of October in Virginia. Now, Bow Wow will be joining the stars who become famous during the turn of century. This will feature Kerry Hilson, Mario, D26, Dem Franchise Boys, Travis Scott, Crime Mob, Trillville, Lil Scrappy, Ying Yang Twins, Bobby Valentino, Chingy, amongst others. But basically the juice about this story is on these fans who were taken aback by Bow Wow's price demand for the diamond package, which includes hanging out for a half-hour pre-show lounge access, and is charging that much. Some fans are excited to plop up, to basically plop down a stack to meet this brother, while others are saying that this is somewhat exorbitant in a way. They feel like the man is overcharging, so would he have probably some are suggesting that he should probably charge half of that, but maybe he has his reason. And I guess in this case Bow Wow could be picking a leaf from Chris Brown, who basically charges highly for his meet and greet, and I guess for him he has his reasons on whether the people will be able to get value, because I think at the end of the day it's about value. If someone is getting value, then they can be pushed or enticed to pay, but if they are not getting the value, then the reverse is true. Okay, we're going to jump back into some more music with a double play. When we come back, more with you on Jam 101.
Oh, na, 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 let me give you what you want. Give me your love, I'll give you my love. Give me your heart, I'll give you my heart. Give me your love, I'll give you my love. Give me your heart, I'll give you my heart. Now you're watching no ma. When I call on your phone, baby, no takwata. Ngateno binoma. Every window your mutima kwentunga. Manyebi yo, nange manyebi yo. Now manyebi no, baby manyebi yo. Metalavu, meta, meta, meta. Sigalavu, siga, siga, siga. Metalavu, meta, meta, meta. Sigalavu, siga, siga, siga. Osobola, yebayana nagiza, oh baby. Wotunula, obakina wakenkuka. Yebayanya basalo galile, nonzero samu katale, ganjagala nkulabe. Manyalo mubaba bize, naye nkubira ku kasimu, njagala nkubulire. Baby manyebire yo, nange manyebire yo. Now manyebire no, baby manyebire yo. Metalavu, meta, meta, meta. Sigalavu, siga, siga, siga. Metalavu, meta, meta, meta. Sigalavu, siga, siga, siga. Meta, 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 meta. Siga, 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 siga. Metalavu, meta, meta, meta. Sigalavu, siga, siga, siga.
That's really right. Eliakis music. Oh mama, I know you seen the love. One of the tuli wa babidi, naga kulabe navo. Oh yeah, atejilala, ejiloto chifula chiwambu. One of the tuli wa babidi, awasuna yukunapo. Ah yeah, one daddy, put design to my blood. One daddy. Style of the marble again. Bible Jejo, time we yo. If you are not yo, Kampala by night. Bible Jejo, time we yo. If you are not yo, Kampala by night. Bali mo Kampala by life. Tole mo Kampala tuiriba life. Pate tu vela yo time and a time. Say, today na job is on a jet pulo saving a journey. Everybody on the vibe, Kampala on the vibe. Everybody on the vibe, uno pass me the vibe. Vibe Jejo, time we yo. If you are not yo, Kampala by night.
Welcome back. You're still rocking with Jam 101. In a bit, we shall be taking a break. But later on in the show, I'll be speaking to a rising talent from Sudan. Now, Rihanna did something out of the ordinary. At least it's one of those things which were least expected of her when she was in a restaurant with her boyfriend. That is man, sometimes I tend to forget this guy's name, right? But I was in the restaurant with a boyfriend, and I hoped a waitress clean the restaurant, basically clear up the dishes. And many people, or those who were in that restaurant, looked at it as something out of the ordinary, of which I think it was out of the ordinary. And I mean, it's Rihanna. And I guess even if it were not Rihanna, and it's any random person, imagine yourself going to a restaurant, and then you basically pick up the plates. Yeah, in UG standards, you pick up the plates, you go wash them yourself, and it's a noble thing to do. But how many people can do that? By Uganda standards, I've pushed you to even washing the dishes. But how many of you can do what Rihanna did of clearing that table? Anyways, we're going to take a short commercial break, but before we take a break, I want to send a shout out to some people who are tuned in right about now. Shout out going out to Sheila. Sheila, how are you doing? She's one of our workmates down here at our broadcast house. Hope you're doing good. Let's break right now. When we come back, I'll also be telling you who are our special people that we celebrate today on the show.
Brought to you by
It's a kind of magic.
Magic.
Vimba! Ni MTN Kabode Super as you pay mpola for this smartphone. Make calls, update your WhatsApp status, watch YouTube, and Google anything under the sun with 2 GB worth of data every month for 7 months. Simply make a small deposit of 99k and pay the balance mpola. You can pay in daily, weekly, or even monthly installments while you enjoy your new phone. So what are you doing today? Visit any MTN shop near you and get the MTN Kabode Super easy.
Magic.
Magic.
Brought to you by
It's a kind of It's a kind of magic.
Magic.
Welcome back from that break. You're still watching Jam 101 in association with Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola presents the Coca-Cola Mash-Ups. I'm sure by now you already know about Coca-Cola. They have brought you stuff like Coke Studio. Now these Mash-Ups, it's more like the same situation. They bring different stars across the world in the same space. They do mashups. And of course, this has been going on for quite a while. So what you need to do is to visit the Coke Studio YouTube channel. You'll be able to see some of those mashups, recreate any of your choice, then upload it on your social media platforms. The best mashup shall win hamper, shall win basically a hamper courtesy of Coca-Cola. Now on set, I'm joined by a good friend from South Sudan. You've been seeing his R&B song Blazing, of course, in the last couple of weeks. Is your stage name GW? G2. Okay, cool. G2 is in the building. How are you doing, G2? It's good to have you here.
Blessing.
And this is your first appearance on the show. I must say, this is the first. And it's not like I'm downplaying other works I've received, but far as R&B is concerned, this is by far the best R&B song for my brothers in South Sudan that has been outed this year. I'm basically speaking about this year. It's a great stuff, great works you did.
Yeah, thank you a lot. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So who produced this, and how was your production experience?
Yeah, my production experience haven't been that quite good, but yeah, we have to still persist. Sometimes persistence is the best way. I have a friend who produced it. He's a good friend of mine. We began way back in 2013, and that is Nixo Kongoma. He's a good producer currently in Uganda. So I came up with that kind of idea, and he was like, bro, let's try it out. Then we gave it the vibe, and how it's catching up. Yeah.
The execution was good, I should say. But briefly, tell me about yourself, who you are, and how long have you been doing this music thing?
Yeah, I may say I'm uprising, but at the end of the day, it's not the point where I started. But right now where I am, I still believe like I'm going where I want to be. Because, yeah, I really literally began music good 12 years ago. That was 2010. I did my first song, and by then I was I may say I was young. So my parents couldn't admit like I should go join in the music stuff without school. So I did my first track in 2010, and from 2010 I came and resumed again another second song of the industry in 2015. So that was 5 years down the way without any recording. Yeah.
So any challenges that you've encountered as a rising talent, and I'm assuming that right now you are basically taking it professional. I'm assuming that now your parents actually in support of you pursuing music. How is the situation like, and how has it been even before?
Yeah, it's true. I may admit it's not an easy kind of a career to take. Like music, it's expensive. And it really needs the best to brand yourself. Branding really matters a lot in the industry. And getting the outcomes to brand yourself are really high. Like, there are a lot of financial challenges we get. There are a lot. I don't have a permanent manager, I can say. But I have brothers that act as management. There are brothers that when I call somebody, even though in the middle of the night, it does something for me. So these are the people I stick by. It's coming to family, yeah, it's really something that...
Up next on UBC, brought to you by
Keep the lights on. Use Airtel Money to pay for all your Yaka bills conveniently. Open the My Airtel app to buy Yaka units. Airtel Money. Simple, secure, borderless.
Hujambo mtazamaji wa UBC TV na kukaribisha katika taarifa hii ya habari, na tunakutangazia moja kwa moja kutoka studio zetu zilizopo mjini Kampala. Naitwa Bella Masangano, na katika habari yetu ya kwanza, ufalme wa Buganda umewaomba wananchi kuachana na tabia ya kujihurumia na badala yake washikamane kukuza ufalme huo. Wito huo umetolewa na Waziri Mkuu wa Buganda Katikiro wakati wa kikao cha kujadili masuala ya kimaendeleo ya ufalme huo kijulikanacho kama Lualo Lwafe. Kikao hicho kina ruhusu watu mbalimbali katika jamii kukutana na Katikiro wazi bila kuwekewa vikwazo vyovyote kila mwezi. Misaada mbalimbali ya pesa inakusanywa kwa kujitolea kutoka majimbo